to get started.
And original programming,
or that we're going to play hard, we're going to play the right way.
Search for the Georgia Bulldogs All Access channel on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Georgia Bulldogs All Access, your official inside connection to Georgia football and all Georgia Bulldogs sports.
Kick off your game with Georgia Peanuts. Power-packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste, Georgia Peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns while cheering on the Dogs, look for Georgia Peanuts in Sanford Stadium concessions or visit gapeanuts.com to order online. This message is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission. Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
It's time to unleash the Dogs.
In the pocket, nowhere to go. We got to sack him. We sack him for a big loss, and the ball goes over on downs.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Motion man comes this way. King going to keep it. Oh, we hit him behind the line. C.J. Allen faced him up, held him up, and they stop him back at the 3.
Overtime number 7 last week. Yeah, the traffic back home to Dunwoody was murder, but it was worth every second of it. Yeah. Our Napa Tailgate Show carries on. Napa, America's largest network of parts and care. We have the voice of the dog, Scott Howard, with us. And, Scott, a new injury update. We're within that 90-minute window you declared earlier.
Yeah. Yes, I did. And let me go back to that page now because Georgia's had some changes. So this is their whole list right now on the availability report from the SEC. Joseph Jonah Ajonye, still the only player listed, is out for Georgia. Branson Robinson and Kristen Miller are labeled as game time decisions. There's no one else on the list. So Trevor Etienne was listed as questionable earlier.
Yeah.
Well, now he's not on the list at all. So make of that what you will. But Branson Robinson, Kristen Miller, both game time decisions, according to the official availability list that Georgia has to turn into the Southeastern Conference.
Well, that could be good news.
It could be, or it could mean nothing. You know,
it could be cat and mouse.
Who knows? Yeah, it's it's not supposed to be like that, but I'm sure people find ways around it to play that game, just like you said.
All right, very good. Thank you, Scott. The Texas defense has conceded a paltry 17 points over the final 3 games of the regular season against Texas A&M, Kentucky, and Arkansas. What will the Dogs do to crack that Longhorns D? We will game plan with DJ Shockley and Eric Zier in 2 minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, it's Oscar Delp. As a UGA student, managing my finances can be stressful. That's why I'm a proud member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been saving people money for nearly 90 years. Whether it's better rates on an auto loan or fewer fees on a checking account, your money goes further at Georgia's Own. Best of all, they are local, trusted, and continue to support the people, places, and teams we've grown to love. To learn more, visit georgiasown.org. I'm Oscar Delp, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
In Georgia, college football is a way of life. And whether it's between the hedges in Athens or from the comfort of my bear cave, Scana Energy's part of it all as a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. So let's join them in cheering on the Dogs to glory this season. Sign up with Scana today and get up to $100. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com/GoDogs for details. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
What's up, Dog fans? I'm bringing you some exciting news. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs, is ready to help you win big in the homeownership game. Southeast Mortgage has a game plan tailored to your needs to get you in the end zone of your dream home. So whether you're a proud alum or a passionate fan, Southeast Mortgage will help you finance your home. It's time to huddle up with Southeast Mortgage. Visit our website at southeastmortgage.com/UGA to start your home financing journey today. NMLS number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee number 6578.
On game day,
There's nothing like tailgating, touchdowns, and Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cool, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Game day for the Dogs.
Play fake, dump it over in the end zone. Touchdown, Delp! A little play fake to ride the back, and then Beck just reared up and lobbed it right over the line of scrimmage. And Oscar Delp was wide open, 7 yards deep under the goal post.
Let's rejoin the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Beck in the pocket, moving to the near side. He's going to run 15, 10, sideline 5. They grab his leg and trip him out of bounds. Where at the 4? He's short of the first down. It's going to be 4th and about a yard.
Carson using his legs there for a vital third down pickup late in regulation last week. After the officials spotted the ball, Carson had actually picked up the first down for the Dogs, leading to the game-tying TD toss to Dom Lovett. Eric Zier up here in the booth, DJ Shockley on the Scana sideline for the Napa Tailgate Show. Time to Game Plan, brought to you by the Piedmont Bank. The Piedmont Bank is a proud supporter of the UGA Athletic Association. Experience elevated banking today. Learn more at Piedmont.bank. Fellas, last time out, the Georgia defense put a stranglehold on the Longhorns. Quinn Ewers was sacked 6 times, Arch Manning another. We forced 4 Texas turnovers. What will offensive mastermind Steve Sarkisian, the head coach of the Horns, do to keep from suffering similar results today?
Yeah, Hondo, on top of those pretty impressive stats, also 10 tackles for loss on the afternoon. So Georgia just made a living in the Texas backfield out in Austin several weeks ago. No question, you're going to learn from that. If you're Sark, you're going to come in, you're going to game plan. You will have answers for that just through the adjustments that you make. You'll ensure that that's buttoned up. I would expect to see the Dogs early on come out, implement some of those same packages that we implemented just to make sure that indeed answers were given for those. But even after that, right, with every scheme that you have, with every play, there are adjustments off of that. Hey, I'm going to go give this look like it's coming, but I'm coming from somewhere else. So all that prep that I've been doing to go adjust for that. So coaches are looking right now around, okay, this is what they showed me. What are the other adjustments that I need to prepare for? That's going to be a really interesting thing to watch, at least early in this football game.
You know, I think a big part of this ball game is what they've been doing is being able to run the football. I think that's kind of one of the things that will slow a aggressive, fast defense down, if they're able to run the football and stay ahead of the chains. You think about last ball game, they were behind the chains a lot. I think they were 2 of 15 on third down, so that comes down to first and second down not being efficient. So they got to find ways to be better on first and second down. I think we're going to continue to be our aggressive selves and come after and force the issue instead of being the guys that kind of take it. We're going to force the issue to them and force them to have to kind of activate towards us. So it should be interesting kind of what they feel like they can and can't do. But I think if they want to have any kind of success, they have to get their run game going. And, of course, we're going to be ready for that.
All right, let's flip the field. Game plan, the Georgia offense for a shock.
Yeah, I think similar fashion. We got to stay out of those third and long situations. We got to make sure that Carson is, one, protected, but then also we're good on those early down situations. I think we do a good job of moving guys around, finding those matchups, and finding ones that we can win at. And I know Coach Bobo I was talking to him here probably about 15 minutes ago, and he talked about there were a number of plays that they had in the last ball game that they feel like are still there. So we'll see if they can adjust to it, see if they went back and saw those on film as well, and see if they have an answer for them. But I think early on, you go back to some of those things to see if they have figured out how they can change it, and if not, you got to keep bludgeoning them. But run game going, protect, and protect even more Carson Beck when he drops back to throw.
Yeah, Shock, no question. Completely agree with you there. You talked about the need to win on first down. That is critical. If there's one key to Georgia offensively today where we have to be successful, we cannot get into must-pass situations where we become predictable. Have to win on first down, have to keep the entire playbook open. And the reason for that is this Texas secondary, 18 interceptions on the year. They got Carson for 3 in October. They have had every game they've played in, they've had an interception or multiple interception in all games except for 2 this year. They are ball hawks in the secondary. If we get predictable, it's going to be a long afternoon. So have to win on first down, have to be able to run the football. They're very good against the run as well. But if we can win on first down and stay multiple, it will make things a whole lot easier against a very good Texas defense.
All right, fantastic, gentlemen. Thank you very much. The fans are filtering into Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Get that big circular scoreboard thing overhead and the octagonal thing that's not. Did you see those guys painting windows on the hotel right across the way here?
I did not.
Not painting windows, washing windows. They were up really high, and I was like, somebody got to tell them the roof's going to be closed tonight. They're not going to be able to look
That's
in.
Right. That's right.
No
it's too
way.
cold.
Too cold. But it's warm here inside the Benz, and like we said, the burnt orange folks are below us. Georgia's on the other side tonight. Dogs will be wearing red. Even though Texas is the home team, the Longhorns elected to wear their road whites here in the SEC championship game. All right, Scott, I've killed time long enough because Scott Howard is grabbing Coach Smart with an exclusive skinny. That's next on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hi, it's Oscar Delp. As a UGA student, managing my finances can be stressful. That's why I'm a proud member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been saving people money for nearly 90 years. Whether it's better rates on an auto loan or fewer fees on a checking account, your money goes further at Georgia's Own. Best of all, they are local, trusted, and continue to support the people, places, and teams we've grown to love. To learn more, visit georgiasown.org. I'm Oscar Delp, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
A gift this good takes a while to unwrap. Get your best gift ever during the Toyotathon sales event before it's too late. Get 3.99% APR for 36 months on the new 2024 Toyota RAV4 Hybrid. Offer valid through January 6, 2025. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $29.52 monthly payment for every $1,000 finance. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
This is Georgia football. Brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Barbasol delivers a thick lather and close, comfortable shave for half the price of gels. Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
It's college football season, so you need all the energy you can get. Luckily, Georgia Power knows a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
To unleash the dogs.
Are we who we say we are? We're going to find out today. So we're going to see if the dogs are who they say they are.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Back here on the Bulldogs Tailgate Show, Georgia head coach Kirby Smart with us. The Dogs getting ready for the SEC championship game against Texas Longhorns here in Atlanta. This segment brought to you by Visit Lake Oconee. Visit Lake Oconee, Atlanta's lakeside destination, 75 miles away. And Coach Smart, I mean, this is the matchup that I think a lot of people before the season predicted, maybe expected? Did you expect to be in this position as you get ready to face Texas?
Yeah, I expected to be in this game. I certainly didn't know who would be in it with us. We had a really tough schedule, but I thought with the road schedule we had that if we could handle our business, that I knew there was going to be some attrition in the league this year in terms of good on good, teams playing each other, unexpected losses. It's always that way, but it's going to be an adventure for years to come within this league.
Preparation this week for this game after the 8 overtime game against Georgia Tech the week before, and then you had signing day in the middle of everything earlier this week. How did that go for you?
Yeah, it seemed to go good. It was very different. They moved it up again, and it's been moved up repeatedly, and we knew it would be in the midst of an SEC championship week if we were involved in it. And, it's only really hard on the team that's playing, and unfortunately or fortunately, that's us. So it makes it hard to navigate that and spend enough time that you normally would like to reward and recognize those kids.
What are your thoughts a few days later after the fact on the class that you signed?
Excited. A lot of good players in state. Covered some areas we needed to cover, and hopefully get those guys in. Most of them are mid-years, and get them acclimated. And nowadays your freshmen are your sophomores, and your sophomores are your juniors, and your juniors are your seniors. So everything's moved up. We got to get these kids ready to play.
You faced Texas for a second time this year. Georgia was a winner in Austin earlier this season, in the regular season. What's your preparation been like the second time around for these guys?
Well, we're at a different point in the season. We're in a kind of a one-game match here, and know that there's not a game immediately after. So similar to last time we played them, we had an off week upcoming. In this situation, there's two scenarios that follow it, and our prep has been very similar. They're a really good team. I think they've changed philosophically some and made a more commitment to the run, but they're still a very capable, explosive, good quarterback, good backs, and great skill players team.
Were you guys able to get a little healthier getting ready for this game this week?
I don't know. You could say that. We've got guys that are beat up, from the Georgia Tech game. A lot of guys, bumps, bruises, injured. So it's tough in terms of this time of year. Everybody is.
I know we're a week after that, or a little more than a week now, but what was your takeaway from that game, which turned out to be an epic finish with the 8 overtimes?
It's just a wild game, that everything matters. Everything we do matters in terms of we meet on 2-point plays for 10 minutes every week and go over them offensively and defensively and walk through them. And, those 10 minutes don't prove valuable until they do. And I think the cumulative effect of all the things we've done in prep for every game carried over into that game.
What is your message for your guys today as they get ready to face Texas?
Great opportunity. No greater opportunity than to win a SEC championship, and it's been very elusive for us and a lot of teams. It's one of the hardest things to win in all sports is an SEC championship. You get to do it on a huge national stage, and we want to bring the fight today.
Why is it so difficult to win this?
So many good teams. It's when you got a competitive, really tough league, it makes for challenges.
Coach, we appreciate your time. Let's hope the Bulldogs can win it today. Good luck.
Let's do it. Go Dogs.
All right, that's Coach Kirby Smart. Hondo, we'll send it back to you for more of the Bulldogs Tailgate Show.
All right, thank you, Scott. Thanks for taking the time there, Coach. In rematches during a season under Coach Smart, the Bulldogs are 2-0. In 2017, we lost at Auburn 40-17 in the regular season, but rebounded to wallop the number 4 Tigers 28-7 in the SEC championship game. 4 years later, Georgia lost to Alabama 41-24 in the championship game. Then we rallied to defeat the top-ranked Tide 33-18 in the CFP National Championship in Indy. I bet I didn't have to tell you that one, huh? The 2024 Bulldogs hope to follow that lead and win the rematch with Texas, ranked number 2 in the nation. We will do that in 49 minutes and 59 seconds till we start. We'll come back with Scott, Z, Shock, and Lauren next on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Memorial Stadium, the UT Club is your home for exclusive dining, member events, and unbeatable game day experiences. Elevate your Longhorn pride at universityoftexasclub.com for more information or to join today. The University of Texas Club. Texas lives here all year.
Need equipment for your next job? Don't settle for the traditional rental experience. With Equipment Share, your rental arrives on time and in top condition, ready to work. From dozers to skid loaders, mini excavators, and even generators, Equipment Share has you covered. Easily reserve your gear, track your machine's performance, and manage everything through our mobile app. With Equipment Share's T3 technology, you'll get control, visibility, and peace of mind. Visit EquipmentShare.com or call 1-888-80-RENTS. Equipment Share. Rental done right.
Texas takes on Georgia here this afternoon inside of Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in Atlanta. Craig Way, Roger Wallace, Will Matthews with you. Will, the Longhorns are on the field, but not every player, every starter is out on the field yet. So I don't know if you've been able to get even a look at Kelvin Banks yet with that sore ankle. And we know that Quinn Ewers is not 100%. The oblique has been bothering him a little bit, although he's not been on the injury report. So we do expect him to play today. But how about your take earlier about being inside this very large dome stadium?
Yep, we're inside this very large dome stadium. Gosh, that's a tongue twister right there. And I'm standing at a point of contention as the game goes on, especially if he re-injures it. But he looks like he is moving well, throwing the ball, looking confident. Kelvin Banks was out really early, working on that ankle, getting warm. He was moving well, but remains to be seen because the offensive line is not out at the moment to see if he's coming out with the first team, second team, or if he's in street clothes. We shall see. There's a bit of a chill in the air, but as you know, inside of this stadium, wind's not going to be a problem, and the chill is negligible. This football weather, these guys are going to be ready to go.
What about the idea, Will, of a second matchup? You just don't see it a lot in college football. Texas did it in 2018 against Oklahoma, won regular season, lost a Big 12 championship. You did it, obviously, in the NFL. But what's the mindset, do you think, going against a team that not only beat you, but kind of the way Georgia came in and really put away Texas pretty early, and then things got dicey late, but that start was pretty tough considering all the buildup for Texas.
You know, if you're thinking that these guys are not thinking revenge, you've lost your mind. And the thing about it is even in the NFL, when you're in the division and you're playing somebody from your division a couple of times a year, you get to know them so well. You get to know that linebacker that you line up against. You know what he does. You know his tendencies. But on the flip side, he also knows your tendencies. So what I expect from Texas is to find a way to come out here and have some extra wrinkles and some things that Georgia has not seen. But you know what? If Texas can't run the ball and they can't catch the ball on offense, it's going to be a long day for them.
Well, and Will, the part of those extra wrinkles, we saw that unveiled with the RPO with Arch Manning in the red zone last week's first time we'd seen it, and Sark did say you save some things for on down the road. So it's a distinct possibility, regardless of the health of Quinn Ewers, that we could see Arch in those situations there in the red zone.
Well, yeah, you're so right. If there is a wrinkle inside of that playbook, today is the day to release that. We love that change of pace because Arch is such a different quarterback to Quinn Ewers. The way he rounded that corner and dove into the end zone really gave a spark that separated Texas early in the game and allowed them to really keep the lead and keep the pressure on A&M. I expect to see him come out today and do some similar thing. He has a way of igniting this offense. And let's see who else. Maybe there's some double passes and all kinds of things. Texas has showed quite a few things, and I can't wait to see what Coach Sark's got dialed up for Georgia.
That's Will Matthews down on the field. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Live from Atlanta, Georgia, you're listening to Texas Longhorn football from Learfield. Coming up on the Corona pregame show, we visit with the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference, Greg Sankey. Longhorn football continues from Learfield.
August was born 3 pounds, 9.8 ounces. When I first saw him, it was a whole range of emotions. There's stuff I still want to do. Being a young dad, it's not giving up. It's shifting. I looked through his eyes. I can envision the whole future with him already. To throw the first football to him, give him ice cream for the first time. My life is now devoted to his life.
Through all of fatherhood's firsts, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer.
That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D. That means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The Corona pregame show continues from Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in Atlanta. Craig Way and Roger Wallace, pleased to be joined by the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference, Greg Sankey. I saw an interview that you did this morning, and something struck me really strange. It almost felt like you were being asked to politic for your teams when by and large, your team's work, kind of volume work speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And, last year, it's interesting to think about the 12-team playoff and the 4-team. So last year I was being asked, we had Alabama and Georgia, hey, what if Alabama wins? You may not get a team in. I'm like, that's not the real world. And that's not like politicking. That's like, to me, stating facts. So this morning it was really about the access of 4 teams, those at the end. And I think we have 3 teams that merit full consideration. The committee has to make a decision. They placed Alabama ahead of Miami, for example. What I heard by comparison is almost excuse-making, like, well, they just honor the big brands. Like, well, the big brands aren't part of the selection criteria. The first bullet under principles is strength of schedule, and our strength of schedule is second to none. We've gone 8-3 against the ACC. I heard my colleagues say that the ACC teams have more wins against the SEC than any other conference. We're 8-3 against the ACC. We won more games in one weekend against them than they won in the entire season against us. And we've got a winning record against the Big Ten. Somehow we ended up 2-2 because we didn't play a lot against the Big 12. But when you look through the continuum, Texas goes to Ann Arbor to play the defending national champion. It's a multiple touchdown victory compared to what you saw in Columbus, Ohio last week. Georgia plays Clemson here and just runs through the end zone repeatedly, then beats Georgia Tech. You go down to our third best team. Tennessee takes apart, same day as a game in Ann Arbor, North Carolina State. And that has impact on a team that was picked to be at the top of the ACC. By the way, Vanderbilt beat another one of their top picks. Wake Forest canceled the series with Ole Miss before they even played the first game, for goodness sake. Alabama goes to Wisconsin and is dominant up there, and South Carolina finished with a win over Clemson, who's now half of the ACC game. I'm just describing facts to the benefit of America. I just want people to be informed. And I say that because I'm asked to provide that context, and seemingly it gets lost in this, well, the SEC does this, the SEC does that. Hey, if people think I'm like the puppeteer, good, because that means they're worrying about the wrong things, and I can keep focusing on what makes us better.
Well, what I'm hearing is going from 4 to 12 has not diminished the regular season at all. In fact, This has turned into March Madness from August until mid-December.
That's a great description because I was part of the working group. Bob Bowlesby, Craig Thompson with the Mountain West, Jack Swarbrick, the AD at Notre Dame, and myself, starting in 2019. And I was the one who inserted the 12 thought initially because you're trying to meet all kinds of different expectations in the old context, and we're in a new context and we'll have to adapt again, no doubt. But you'd hear this, well, if you add more, it will diminish the regular season. And my thought was when we went to 4, we diminished the regular season for some. If you had an early loss, you felt like you were out of it. If you had 2 losses to 2 really good teams, which could happen in any conference, then your fan base checks out. We brought people into the conversation. And I don't know what the selection committee will do, but Alabama, Ole Miss, South Carolina at the end of the season would have been talking about the Citrus Bowl or the ReliaQuest Bowl in Tampa. Now they're talking about the possibility. Not to mention Boise and a number of others that wouldn't have been a 4-team conversation for a playoff for now. I think that's good for football. I think that's good for the regular season. I think our ratings reflected that. I think our attendance throughout the year, where we had over 70% of our games sold out, I think all of that is a representation of we made good decisions. Now, looking forward, we may have to make some adjustments, but it was the right time for this change.
I'm a more is more guy. I mean, can you envision a scenario where the conversation will turn to the possible expansion to 16?
People have asked that question. I think we need to get through 12 first, and then we can talk about 16. Maybe I'm just too neat and orderly. You know, my desk isn't neat and orderly. I'm not sure my mind is, but I can get my thinking there. So I suggest let's see what happens. You know, these first-round campus games are very different than we've ever had at the highest level of postseason. There have been some mid-tier bowl games on campuses, but never with the context of advancing. And then you have to advance to bowl games and then to another game and then back here where we'll hopefully see 2 SEC teams yet again. We'll cross my fingers for that. So I think we have to get through that. We have to process the selection committee decision-making, and I will expect in our room people will ask, well, why don't we add to the playoff? But that's not a fait accompli at this point.
All right. Hey, it's great to visit with you. We're all looking forward to today's game and the announcement tomorrow, and I know you are as well. And we're looking forward to the postseason.
It's one of those restless nights, and it's good to be with you, Craig. I told you media days. I listened to you in the KRLD days, and my Southland Conference had a green Honda Accord, and I'd be driving those Saturdays to Huntsville, Nacogdoches, and San Marcos for those teams, listening to you broadcast the game. So it's an honor to be with you. Thanks for being here.
Appreciate that. The commissioner of the Southeastern Conference, Greg Sankey, with us. We'll have more coming up here. We'll take a look at the lineups, and we're going to hear from Kirby Smart, the head coach of the Georgia Bulldogs. All that and more when Longhorn football from the SEC Championship continues in a moment.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Or your grandma here with us, making carne asada.
She does love a cold Corona.
Throw in some dancing.
Oh, we can watch the game.
I'll drink to that.
So a backyard concert with football, food, dancing, and Corona?
And your grandma.
Or we could keep it simple.
Simple is good. Want a Corona?
Thanks. Salud to the perfect day.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
Grilling is a year-round tradition in Texas, and H-E-B has everything you need to become the master of the grill. So get everything to satisfy your cravings, from H-E-B Prime 1 dino ribs and brisket steak burgers to traditional cuts like beef inside skirt steak, available in premium grades like H-E-B Wagyu and H-E-B grass-fed. Now you know. Come to H-E-B to fire up your grill to enjoy a delicious barbecue with friends and family. H-E-B. Here, everything's better.
Horns up! The all-new University of Texas Club is the perfect place to experience Texas hospitality and burnt orange excitement all year long. Located inside Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium, the UT Club is your home for exclusive dining, member events, and unbeatable game day experiences. Elevate your Longhorn pride at universityoftexasclub.com for more information or to join today. The University of Texas Club. Texas lives here all year.
Game day traditions start with a cup of community coffee, the official coffee sponsor of the Texas Longhorns. Family owned since 1919, Community Coffee has spent 5 generations roasting great tasting blends right here in the USA. they're just as dedicated to making a difference in the community with programs that support teachers, military service members, disaster relief, and first responders. Try Community Coffee or find it near you at communitycoffee.com.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
The Corona pregame show continues from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta as the Texas Longhorns and the Georgia Bulldogs prepare for today's SEC championship game. Bulldogs head coach Kirby Smart was asked this week about this rematch with Texas, starting with his thoughts on which areas he thinks they've improved since Georgia's 30-15 win over the Horns in Austin back on October 19th.
It doesn't seem like that long ago that we played them. I guess it was mid-October or so that we played those guys, and there are areas that we have played better in, and then areas that we haven't. And it's almost gone both ways in terms of we've had games we played better in certain areas, and then games we didn't play better in certain areas. You know, we offensively, we didn't run the ball real well against these guys. We kind of succeeded off of their mistakes, their turnovers, and we scored points off of their turnovers. But we've played well offensively at times since, and we've played well defensively at times since. But we've also not put a complete game together, and that's probably what we're trying to do best now, is play our best when our best is needed. As far as them, they've improved in a lot of ways. I think defensively they've been at a high level the entire year. That's not, I think offensively they've run the ball. They've committed to running the ball, being really physical. They've had 30 and 40 carries, runs in several games, and a commitment to that and a physicality, while also being able to throw the ball really efficiently. They've got the weapons to do both.
Smart would tell you that he has seen both progression and regression from his defense, and he was asked if there's anything he can put his finger on that shows the difference between what's been good and what has not.
A gift this good takes a while to unwrap. Get your best gift ever during the Toyotathon sales event before it's too late. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE Hybrid for $359 a month for 36 months. Offer valid through January 6, 2025. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $36.58 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details. Toyota. Let's go places.
This is Georgia Football. Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? They're yours, and Progressive protects them both. Bundle today at Progressive.com. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that makes our state incredible. That's why we're leading real change in healthcare, dedicating ourselves to providing a quality patient experience through innovation, personalization, and teamwork. What does that mean for you? You get up-to-date treatment, collaborative care, and the best possible outcomes. To see more about our commitment to raising the standards of quality in Georgia, visit piedmont.org/quality care. Piedmont, real change lives here.
It's college football season, so you need all the energy you can get. Luckily, Georgia Power knows a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
See if the Dogs have come up and are really ready to play.
Oh, my goodness, clobbered at the 30-yard line. Boom! Here comes pressure. We're going to get him. Got a lot of grass. See, he's gone to the house. Touchdown just like that. To the right in motion. Beck with time to throw for the back left corner of the end zone. Over the shoulder. You can hear it. Touchdown, Georgia. Perfection wears red and black. Fifth-ranked Georgia is playing in its fourth straight SEC championship game as the Bulldogs seek their 15th conference title. Number 2 Texas has won conference championships aplenty in the Southwest Conference and the Big 12, and today we'll try to add an SEC crown to the trophy case. Both of these teams closed out the regular season with wins last week. Texas defeating Texas A&M 17-7 in the long-awaited renewal of that series, and Georgia knocked off Georgia Tech 44-42 in clean old-fashioned hate that eventually became a clean old-fashioned marathon, an 8-overtime affair that bled over from Friday night into Saturday morning. Ain't nothing like being a Bulldog on a Saturday morning. So we know who runs this state. Now we find out who runs this conference, at least in 2024. Is it 10-2 Georgia or 11-1 Texas? Both teams appear to be heading to the playoffs, but which one takes the SEC crown with it? Bulldogs and Longhorns today on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, this is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. The Ford Drive to Kickoff is brought to you by Ford. Visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Dogs. Our coverage will continue after these messages.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. There are people who talk about being elite, then there are people who work hard to be elite. They're the ones I want on my team, and that's what I want from my truck. That's why I drive a Ford F-150. Integrated technology, powerful performance, comfortable and stylish. The total package.
Take your game to the next level with a Ford F-150, the official truck of your Georgia Bulldogs. See your local Ford dealer today.
What's up, Dog Nation? When it comes to financing your home, it's time to team up with the name you can trust. Southeast Mortgage is the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs, serving the great state of Georgia for over 3 decades. Their local team of experts will guide you through the process with a winning strategy, just like the Dogs do on the gridiron. Visit our website at southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get started. Remember, Southeast Mortgage is the champion of home loans. Go Dogs! NMLS number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee number 6578.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
A well-executed game plan is always the key to a victory on the field, and it's the same when it comes to stopping people from dying in crashes caused by drunk drivers. When alcohol is part of the tailgate or any occasion, then the game plan always includes a ride with a sober driver. All drunk driving deaths are preventable, and choosing not to drink and drive.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Today's starting lineups are brought to you by Cadence Bank, your team, your cadence. Even though they are wearing the dark red jerseys today, even though they will have the preponderance of fans inside of Mercedes-Benz Stadium here in Atlanta, the Georgia Bulldogs are technically the visiting team. So we'll give you their offensive lineup first. They're coached by Kirby Smart, now in his 9th season, both overall as a collegiate head coach and as the head coach of Georgia, with a career coaching mark of 104 wins against 18 losses. Across the front, the left tackle, Monroe Freeling, a 315-pound sophomore from Isle of Palm, South Carolina. Dylan Fairchild, the left guard, 315-pound junior from Cumming, Georgia. Jared Wilson, the center, 310-pound junior from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The right guard is Tate Ratledge, 320-pound senior from Rome, Georgia. The right tackle, Xavier Truss, 320-pound senior from West Warwick, Rhode Island. Tight ends, Oscar Delp, 6'5", 245-pound junior from Cumming, Georgia. Ben Urasek is a 6'4", 245-pound grad transfer from Bakersfield, California, transferred in from Stanford. And Lawson Lucky, a 6'4", 240-pound sophomore from Norcross, Georgia. The wide receivers, Dylan Bell, a native Texan out of the Kincaid School in Houston, 6'1", 210-pound junior. Colby Young, 6'3", 215-pound senior transfer from Binghamton, New York, transferred in from Miami. And Cole Spear, 5'11", 185-pound junior from Calhoun, Georgia. They'll all rotate on the X side, opposite side of the field. Arian Smith is a 6', 185-pound senior from Bradley, Florida, and London Humphreys, a 6', 200-pound sophomore transfer from Nashville, Tennessee, transferred in from Vanderbilt. The Y receiver, Dominic Lovett, 5'11", 5'10", 187-pound senior from Belleville, Illinois. Anthony Evans III, a native Texan out of Converse Johnson, a 5'11", 170-pound sophomore. The running backs, Nate Frazier expected to get the start, 5'10", 205-pound freshman from Compton, California. But Trevor Etienne has been removed from the injury list, so we do expect to see him. Their lead back, 5'9", 205-pound junior transfer from Jennings, Louisiana. The quarterback, Carson Beck, 6'4", 220-pound senior from Jacksonville, Florida. The Longhorn defense, the down lineman, Trey Moore, 245-pound junior transfer from Smithson Valley, transferred in from UTSA. Colin Simmons will rotate there on that one side. 6'3", 245-pound freshman from Duncanville. On the jack end, Barron Sorrell, 260-pound senior from New Orleans. Ethan Burke, 260-pound junior from Westlake on that jack end. The nose tackle, Bill Norton, 335-pound senior transfer from Memphis, transferred in from Arizona. Sadir Mitchell, 350-pound redshirt freshman from Patterson, New Jersey. In the middle is Vernon Broughton, 305-pound senior out of Cy Ridge in the Houston area. And Alex January, 315-pound freshman from Duncanville. On the other defensive tackle spot, Alfred Collins, 320-pound senior from Cedar Creek High in the Bastrop ISD southeast of Austin. He'll rotate with Jermaine Lole, 315-pound senior transfer from Long Beach, California, transferred in from Louisville. The middle linebacker, Leonga Lafau, 225-pound sophomore from Laie, Hawaii, out of Kahuku High School. He will rotate in with David Benda, 235-pound senior from Cinco Ranch in the Katy School District, just on the west side of Houston, as well as Maurice Blackwell Jr., Mo, the 220-pound senior from Arlington Martin. On the strong side, Anthony Hill Jr., 235-pound sophomore from Denton Ryan, and Ty Anthony Smith will rotate in there as well, 220-pound freshman from Jasper. The corners, Malik Muhammad, 190-pound sophomore from Oak Cliff, South Oak Cliff in Dallas, and Kobe Black will rotate in there as well, 200-pound freshman from Waco Conley. On the opposite side, Johnny Barron, 200-pound senior from Conley High in the Pflugerville ISD in the greater Austin area. And Gavin Holmes will see time in there as well. 185-pound senior from New Orleans, began his collegiate career at Wake Forest. The field safety, Michael Taff, 195-pound junior out of Westlake. The boundary safeties will rotate. Andrew Makuba, 190-pound senior transfer out of LBJ High in Austin. After spending 3 years at Clemson, he transferred in. And Jelani McDonald, 205-pound sophomore from Waco Conley. The star back, Jalen Gilboa, 190-pound junior from Port Arthur Memorial. Coming up, we will give you the answer to the question about Kelvin Banks' availability and match up the Longhorn offense against the Georgia defense when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Want to get in on the action at Moody Center? Texas Farm Bureau Insurance is proud to offer its members 2 free tickets to select Longhorns men's or women's basketball home games this season. Visit TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for complete details on how members can request tickets. That's TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for your free tickets to see the Horns on their home court. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance.
When faced with a disaster, the Cotton companies never fumble. As the trusted recovery partner of global businesses, Cotton is proud to provide property restoration, construction, roofing, temporary housing, culinary, and environmental support services. We're also restoring a long-standing Texas tradition as a proud partner of University of Texas Athletics and the official sponsor of the Lone Star Showdown. One call, one team. Total recovery. Learn more at cottoncompanies.com.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. SiriusXM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the SiriusXM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of SiriusXM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Texas Athletics continues to make strides in its sustainability initiatives on game days with the Bleed Orange, Live Green program. Longhorn fans can help by placing their waste inside the proper recycling and landfill bins around DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. Texas Disposal Systems is the sustainability services provider for the program, with additional support by Coca-Cola. The program was established in 1996 and has been recognized locally, regionally, and nationally. Bleed Orange, Live Green, Longhorn fans.
We continue our look at the Cadence Bank starting lineups. Texas Longhorns 11-1 and 7-1 atop the SEC standings at the end of the regular season. Coached by Steve Sarkisian in his 4th season as the head coach at Texas, his 11th season overall as a collegiate head coach. Career coaching mark of 83 wins against 50 losses. The mark at UT 36-15. Well, we do have the answer. Kelvin Banks is not dressed in uniform to play today. That ankle injury just too much, and so he's in street clothes. So that means Trevor Gooseby, the redshirt freshman from Melissa at 6'7" and 315 pounds, will draw the start at left tackle. Left guard, Hayden Connor, 320-pound senior from Katy Taylor in the Houston area. Jake Majors from Collin County, north of Dallas, 315-pound senior is the center. Right guard, DJ Campbell, 330-pound junior from Arlington. We will rotate with Cole Hudson, the 310-pound junior out of Frisco High, north of Dallas. The right tackle is Cameron Williams, the 335-pound junior from Duncanville. Tight ends, Gunnar Helm, 6'5", 250-pound senior from Englewood, Colorado. Juan Davis, 6'4", 235-pound senior from Everett. And Amari Nyblack, 6'4", 245-pound junior transfer from St. Petersburg, Florida, transferred in from Alabama. The wide receivers, Isaiah Bond, 5'11", 180-pound junior transfer from Buford, Georgia, transferred in from Alabama. Also on that side, Ryan Wingo, 6'2", 210-pound freshman from St. Louis. On the opposite side, it's Matthew Golden, 6', 195-pound junior from Klein Kane, transferred in from Houston. And Silas Bolden will rotate there as well, 5'8", 160-pound senior transfer from Rancho Cucamonga, California, transferred in from Oregon State. The slot receiver, DeAndre Moore, 6', 195-pound sophomore from Anaheim, California, out of St. John Bosco Prep, and he'll rotate with Ryan Niblett, 5'10", 185-pound redshirt freshman from Aldine Eisenhower. The running back, Contravian Weisner, 6', 200-pound sophomore from DeSoto. Jaden Blue will rotate there as well, 6', 200-pound junior from Klein Kane in the Houston area. And Jarrett Gibson, 5'10", 205-pound freshman from Gainesville, Florida, played his high school ball at IMG Academy. The quarterback, Quinn Ewers, 6'2", 210-pound junior from South Lake Carroll. Georgia's defense, the ends, Michael Williams, 265-pound junior from Columbus, Georgia. The jack end is Chaz Chambliss, 250-pound senior from Carrollton, Georgia. Nose tackle, Nazir Stackhouse, 320-pound senior from Stone Mountain, Georgia, here in the Atlanta area. And Kristen Miller is a 305-pound sophomore from Ellenwood, Georgia. Strong side linebacker, Jalen Walker, 245-pound junior from Salisbury, North Carolina. The middle linebacker, C.J. Allen, 235-pound sophomore from Barnesville, Georgia. And the weak side backer is Smile Munden, the 235-pound senior from Dallas, Georgia. The corners, Daniel Harris, 195-pound sophomore from Miami, and Dalen Everett, 190-pound junior from Norfolk, Virginia, who played at IMG Academy. Strong safety, Dan Jackson, 195-pound senior from Gainesville, Georgia. The free safety, K.J. Bolden, 185-pound freshman from Buford, Georgia. The star back, Malachi Starks, the All-American, 205-pound junior from Jefferson, Georgia. Coming up, Mike Coulter in our Longhorn Radio Network studios with a quick look at the earlier games today and a preview of tonight's action. All that and more when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
In the game of business, information is your playbook. It's the thing that keeps everyone on the same page so that each player has the knowledge they need to perform their role, work together, and give your team a competitive advantage. The trick, of course, is executing that playbook. And that's where Rico comes in. We're a proud sponsor and business technology provider of Texas Athletics, and we're ready to play for your team whenever you want an edge. We love TMI. Hook 'em horns, Rico. Imagine change.
Y'all listen up. Let me tell you something about group meals from Rudy's Barbecue. It's got all you need for all the folks you gotta feed, smoked meat, sides, and more. There's everything down to the tablecloth, just like the one that you see at the store. At a bridal shower, it's better than flowers. In a long distance meeting, it'll pass the hours. It'll feed all the cousins at a family function. It's better than potluck at a church luncheon. Next time you need to feed 10 or more, call and order a Rudy's group meal.
Next in line.
The University of Texas Golf Club, your home in the Hill Country. It's a member experience as big as Texas. Major champions, tour pros, and you can stroll 18 holes. Play the Spieth Lower 40, a fun 6-hole short course. Hit the courts in the biggest indoor tennis facility in Austin. Or host your next event in our pavilion or clubhouse. Next time you're in Austin, stay and play in our casitas. The University of Texas Golf Club, where champions play.
After investing billions to light up our network,
T-Mobile is America's largest 5G network. Plus, right now, you can switch, keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800. See how you can save on every plan versus Verizon and AT&T at T-Mobile.com/across America.
Up to 4 lines via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months.
If you love H-E-B but don't always have the time for shopping at H-E-B, try our free curbside pickup. Let us cherry pick the produce, get selective with the seafood, choose the choicest cut beef, and gather your groceries galore. H-E-B has everything needed to bring more food, more flavor, and, well, more everything to your table at a great price, too. Download the My H-E-B app today and start shopping. Subject to availability, prices may vary from at or in-store.
Welcome back to the Corona Pregame Show. Texas and Georgia not too far from the SEC Championship. While we've got a moment, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification as you're listening to Texas Longhorns football from Learfield. Taking a quick look at this WinStar World Resort Studio report, they've gone final in Arlington. The Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship game. Number 15, Arizona State dominates number 16, Iowa State, 45-19. The final. Sun Devils led by Cam Scatterbo's 170 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Also added a touchdown receiving. Arizona State now 11-2 on the season. Cyclones dropped to 10-3. MAC Championship. Ohio wins it at Ford Field in Detroit. 38-3 winners over Miami, Ohio. I'm Mike Coulter, and that was another WinStar World Resort Studio report. Texas and Georgia for the SEC Championship today in Atlanta. Coming up on the Corona Pregame Show, we get the pregame thoughts from Coach Sark. That's after this timeout on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
Heather and I had an argument just like any other couple. I was lost. I had snapped. I had a gun and I was going to take my own life. Heather helped me realize that there was still a life to live for the better of myself, my family. My weapon is now safely put away.
A moment of crisis can happen to anyone. Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I lack a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
My son, Ricky, took his life by the use of a firearm. It broke me, and I contemplated suicide. My grandson, I was gonna have to be here for him. I still own my firearm. I keep it in a safe because I want to keep my grandson and myself safe.
Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
Back on the Corona Pregame Show, here on the field with Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkisian prior to this SEC championship game. This has been the stated goal all year long. I know that people talk about playoff this and this, that, but I was always impressed by the message that you and the staff had with the guys that this was the goal to get here. So what's the feeling been like this week now that you've qualified and you're one win away from winning an SEC championship?
Well, I think it's just that. We set multiple goals for the season, and this was the first one, was to make it to Atlanta. The second was to win the game. And then obviously there's CFP and national championship and all those things. But the fact that these guys earned this, that our backs were against the wall after losing to Georgia the first time, that we had to win out to get back. I thought they showed great resolve and resiliency. I thought they showed a ton of mental and physical toughness. We're not 100%, but we keep finding ways to win. And it's going to take our versatility is going to have to come to life today. I don't know how we're going to have to try to win this game. Every game takes on a life of its own, but we're here and we're trying to do something at the University of Texas that hasn't been done in nearly 30 years, which is be back-to-back conference champions. I was going to go to the health thing next, and how much of that is the feedback you're getting on your guys who are banged up, who might be able to go, obviously juxtaposed against what the medical and training staff is telling you and what you know about certain guys and what they can give you? Well, I think one of the keys is obviously, the medical staff clears the players. But then the players have to have the physical ability to do it and then the mental ability to do it. I think that's always one of the challenges with guys who've been injured and coming off of injuries is the mental side of it, and that they're prepared to do it mentally. And I think we do a great job of preparing our guys from a mental standpoint. I think we saw that last week with Quinn. We've seen it with a variety of players this season fighting through different issues, and we're going to have to lean into those same things again today.
When it comes to, and this is a question I ask basketball and baseball a lot, but it's rare to have this opportunity to ask you this about a rematch. Yeah. And because it didn't happen last year when you played Oklahoma State, and then and now it is a rematch situation. What has been the mindset like of your guys, understanding that was a winnable game, there were mistakes made in that first game, and this is an entirely different thing?
Well, I think that we know we're a better football team than we played that night. And what we've been saying is, hey, Georgia deserves the best version of us. Let's give them our best shot, and let's see if that's good enough. But let's make sure that we put our best foot forward. Let's prepare the way we know how to prepare, and let's go play our brand, our style of football. And they deserve that. They want to play against the best Texas team they can see, and we got to do that. We earned that right to be here. Now we got to play that way.
Did you see enough from the second half of the game that you like, saying these are things that you build for? You got to play the complete game, but enough for what you saw once down 23-0 to get back in the game?
Yeah, I really did. We outscored 15-7 in the second half and probably had more opportunities for points there in the second half, but because of the score, we weren't kicking field goals. We had to go for it, I think, 5 times there in the second half. And then we also became really one-dimensional when you're playing catch-up. So we got to find balance today. We got to be really efficient on first and second down and stay out of some of the third and longs. But the most important thing is we got to take care of the ball on offense, and we got to create some turnovers on defense.
That much difference from October 19th to now and what you see from Georgia?
No, they're a really good team, very talented roster, really well coached. They play a physical brand of football. They embody what this conference is about. And if we want to win it, we're going to have to be better at that aspect of the game than they are.
And I noticed that during the week, folks asked you about the differences in your ball club, and you cited what you've done defensively and what you've done with running the football.
Yeah, we're running the ball much better. I think the confidence in the offensive line, the running backs, Trey Wisner, what he's been able to do, we're controlling the games, in a much better fashion, and that's allowing our defense to really cut it loose and play an aggressive brand of football.
Have your guys gotten, the numbers would say so, comfortable with being in a road environment? You've played in some true road environments this year, none bigger than the one last week, and conquered all of that. This is supposedly a neutral site, but we all know better. So, you think your guys are comfortable in what this environment's going to be like today?
Yeah, let's call it like it is. Yeah. This is a road game today. But I think we are. We won 11 straight games on the road, which is the longest streak in the country. And granted, this counts as a neutral site game, but I do think we're very comfortable on the road. I think that we have a unique ability to stay enamored with us and not get caught up in the crowd and the arena or the opponent, but focus on what we need to do, staying connected, staying really positive through adversity, and finding a way to win games on the road. That's what it comes down to, especially in the fourth quarter.
Did you bowl with the guys? When they went bowling?
No.
I didn't know what kind of a bowler you were.
I'm a decent bowler. I didn't go on this bowling trip, though.
Okay. Appreciate the time. Best of luck today.
Thanks, Greg. Hook 'em, buddy.
Hook 'em. That is Coach Sark here with our pregame conversation. Coming up, we'll have the kickoff of today's SEC championship game. The Texas Longhorns against the Georgia Bulldogs from here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta when Texas Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Or your grandma here with us, making carne asada.
She does love a cold Corona.
Throw in some dancing.
Oh, we can watch the game.
I'll drink to that.
So a backyard concert with football, food, dancing, and Corona?
And your grandma.
Or we could keep it simple.
Simple is good. Want a Corona?
Thanks. Salud to the perfect day.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas Athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
the best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
Welcome to the world of WinStar. At the world of WinStar.
Longhorn football is brought to you by Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. By Cadence Bank. Your team, your Cadence. CadenceBank.com. Living Spaces. Refresh your home with Living Spaces. Proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. By SeatGeek. Official ticket marketplace of the Texas Longhorns. Texas Department of Transportation. Don't mess with Texas. And by St. David's, an official healthcare provider of Texas Athletics. Here's the voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way.
From Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, it's the Texas Longhorns against the Georgia Bulldogs for the championship of the Southeastern Conference. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Craig Way alongside Roger Wallace, Will Matthews, and our Longhorn Radio Network broadcast crew from Learfield, our engineer Greg Klingensmith, our spotter Andy Way, our statistician Stephen Leach, and on the sidelines with production assistance on the parabolic microphone is Jason Way. In our Longhorn Radio Network broadcast center, our broadcast coordinator and studio anchor is Mike Coulter. Let's go down for the toss of the coin. Longhorn captains Vernon Broughton down there, along with Michael Taft, Jade Barron, and Gunnar Helm. Here's our referee, Stephen Marlowe.
This is your coin. The logo is heads. The pennants are tails. The pennants are tails. The logo is heads. Make your call.
Tails.
What do you call?
Tails.
Tails. If I drop it, we do it again. It is tails. So you've won the toss. You want to defer or receive?
Defer.
Okay. You want to receive. Which way you want to go? Put your back there.
All right. The Georgia Bulldogs have won the toss. As I mentioned, even though they're wearing the red uniforms, they are the designated visiting team. So they called it, and they won the toss. Georgia, red helmets with the black football-shaped G on the side, a white stripe on the top, red jersey types with white numerals on the front and back, and the players' names in white block print capital lettering on the back of those bright red jersey tops. They have gray trousers, white socks, white shoes. The Longhorns in the icy whites again. White helmet with the burnt orange Longhorn on the side. They have white jersey tops, Texas emblazoned in burnt orange block print capital lettering across the front with a burnt orange numeral beneath it. Players' names spelled out in burnt orange block print capital lettering on the back of those white jerseys, and a large burnt orange numeral gracing the back of those icy whites. White helmets, white jersey tops, white trousers, white socks, and white shoes. Let's discuss keys to the game. Let me start it off with you down on the field, Will. What are your keys?
Yeah, I've got one key, and that's being able to manage the moment. Last time that Texas played Georgia, Texas had 7 sacks. Georgia had 7 sacks against Texas, and Texas gave up the ball 3 times. Texas has got to solidify their game plan, focus on what they're doing, make sure not to give up the ball, and as well take care of the ball on the ground and get those rushing yards.
Well, in order to do that, they're going to be able to protect Quinn Ewers. Trevor Gooseby is going to draw a lot of that responsibility. The redshirt freshman, his first collegiate start. That offensive line will have to open the holes also for the running game.
Well, it's a long game, but the start feels like it's important for Texas after falling behind big to Georgia in their last game. Don't want any bad thoughts to creep in their heads if Georgia jumps on them. I think this is big here in this first quarter.
Longhorns will get the ball first. They'll move from our right to left, from south to north. As you picture it in your mind's eye across your radio dial, Georgia will kick off to our left, the north end zone. To kick it off is Peyton Woodring, 185-pound sophomore from Lafayette, Louisiana. Today's kickoff brought to you by Lucchese, the official boot of the Texas Longhorns. And Matthew Gold will bring it out of the end zone and is in trouble immediately. It goes down at the 11-yard line. He fielded it about 3 yards deep. And Georgia was down quickly to lead the charge to bring him down.
Yeah, he faked a pass over to Silas Bolden, who was to his left, like he was going to throw a backwards pass, a little gadget instead. Now, right off the bat, tough field position for this Longhorn offense.
Quinn Ewers, 6'2", 210-pound junior from South Lake Carroll's completed 206 of 306 passes for 2,307 yards, 24 touchdowns, 67% completion percentage, and has thrown 7 interceptions. Contravian Wisner is the running back. Lines up directly behind. Ewers on first down and 10, and Quinn looks to throw on first down, swings it out right. It's caught by Golden immediately, and that's a gain of 6 yards out to the 17-yard line. Wisner, leading ground gainers, rushed for 812 yards and 3 touchdowns, has caught 29 passes in one score. He's averaging 5.2 yards per carry. Second down and 4 for Texas from the Longhorn 17-yard line. Ewers has the snap, turns, pulls it, and then a pass is tipped, and then caught, and then dropped. So they're going to call it a catch, and then Matthew Golden caught it on the deflection, but it lost a couple yards, maybe 3 yards back to the 14-yard line, and it'll bring up third down.
Yeah, it looked like he might get positive yardage. First of all, fortunate to catch it. Then he looked like he might get upfield a little bit, then lost the handle. Unfortunately, Quinn Ewers able to get on it.
So after all of that, it's third down and 7. The Longhorns from the 14. They'll stack 2 receivers on the left side. Golden is out wide right. On third down and 7 from the Texas 14, and now...
I don't think he caught it, Craig.
Yeah, I think they're going to look at this again. And our referee, Stephen Marlowe, I don't know if he said that they're going to review it, but here it is.
The ruling on the field is a catch, a fumble, and a recovery by the offense. The previous play is under further review.
So they'll do just that. And as they look at it, we'll tell you that Steve Marlowe is our referee. The umpire of this SEC crew is Brent Soule. The head linesman is Chad Green. The line judge, Jeremiah Harris. The back judge, Keith Parham. Philip Davenport, the field judge. The side judge, Justin LaRue. Jason MacArthur, the center judge, and the replay official, John Allman. And looking at it, I think, well, it's been juggled all the way, even as he was moving forward.
Usually in slow motion, it leads you to believe more so that it's a catch, and I don't even know in slow motion if you could get enough of that to say it was a catch. But again, we'll wait and see the call. Obviously big for Texas.
Here comes the call from Steve Marlowe.
After further review, the pass was incomplete. It'll be third down at the 17-yard line.
Now, it's a break for Texas. It's only 3 yards, but it's a big 3 here on the first series of the ball game.
Well, concerned because the problem with the interception for Quinn Ewers primarily those batted balls, and that thing hung up there for a while.
So it is third down and 6 for Texas. Matthew Golden and DeAndre Moore are on the short side of the field, split to the right, with Golden nearest the boundary. Isaiah Bond wide left nearest the boundary, and in the slot is the tight end, Gunnar Helm. Wisner offset to the right side of Quinn Ewers from the right hash mark of the Texas 17-yard line. On third down and 6, back to pass. Ewers looks, fires over the middle, ball caught. 25, 30. It's DeAndre Moore across the 35, and Moore with a first down at the 39-yard line. Slanting across the middle, Moore with a catch and run of 22 yards.
Now started with good protection, nice clean pocket. Took a while for Moore to get out of his break.
First down and 10 Texas. The ball at the Longhorn 39-yard line. Opening series of the ball game. No score. And it'll be Wisner offset to the left side of Ewers from the left hash mark of the Texas 39. First down and 10. Quinn from the shotgun has the snap, back to throw, swings it out right side, ball caught, 45 midfield, into Georgia territory with a catch in the first down. It's Golden. So Matthew Golden takes it down to the Bulldog 42-yard line, a 19-yard gain before Dan Jackson can wrap him up.
Yeah, and Georgia bringing pressure from all different directions, and so far that line handling it.
First down and 10, Texas, the ball to Georgia 42-yard line. We played 2 minutes here in this SEC championship. Opening drive of the ball game. Weisner offset to the right side of Quinn Ewers, and on first down, Ewers shifting the tight end in motion and off play action, looking to throw under pressure. Scrambles left, now back up the middle, and Ewers goes down right at, now about a yard loss, I'd say. Jalen Walker wrapped him up. Quinn had to tuck it back in and cut back into the middle.
Well, fortunate they didn't lose more there. Nice footwork just to get out of jail in the backfield.
Second down and 11, the ball at the Georgia 43-yard line. Longhorns will go with a more compressed formation right now with Matthew Golden, Isaiah Bond, and Juan Davis all there. They'll line up in the pistol with Weisner directly behind Quinn Ewers. Now Bond shifts in motion. The handoff is to Weisner. Coming left, cuts off left tackle, and a gain of a couple, maybe 3 yards. They may mark this down at the 41. We'll see if it's a 2-yard carry. Nazir Stackhouse on the tackle for Georgia. The ball is at the Bulldog 41-yard line. So now it's third down and 8 for the Longhorns at the Georgia 41. Wide right, Isaiah Bond, Matthew Golden, and DeAndre Moore. They're in a triangle all out wide right. Now they'll, I think, shift out of it. Now they still stay in the triangle. Weisner offset to the left side of Ewers. Quinn out of the shotgun, ball on the left hash at the Georgia 41. On third down, shotgun snap back to Ewers. Swings it out to the right. That ball is tipped and intercepted. There's a flag down, but that pass went in and out of the hands of Isaiah Bond, and on the deflection, Dalen Everett picked it off. This might have been an illegal motion call against Texas, and if it is, then Georgia will decline it and take the football.
Illegal motion. Offense number 7. First down.
Well, that went bad for Isaiah Bond every way you can imagine. Called for the illegal motion, and then just had the ball pop out of his hands and then picked off by Everett. So the Bulldogs will have their first possession following the Texas turnover. And the quarterback is Carson Beck, 6'4", 220-pound senior from Jacksonville, Florida. He's completed 283 of 435 passes for 3,429 yards with 28 touchdowns, a 65% completion percentage, and 12 interceptions. Since Trevor Etienne had been injured, Nate Frazier has the most yards rushing, 587 yards, averaging 4.8 per carry with 8 touchdowns. And it will be Frazier. Actually, it is Etienne. So Trevor Etienne is in the backfield for the Bulldogs on first down. Play action pass goes outside of the tight end for a short gain, and that's Ben Yarosek who caught it.
On that pick, Isaiah Bond was coming out of his break. Ball was there. There was some contact, Everett from behind, but Bond couldn't get kind of squarely in front of it. And again, another tip drill interception.
3 yards. We'll note that. Ball just shy of the 36-yard line, or actually just 2. They'll put it down at the 35. Second down and 8 for Georgia from the Bulldog 35-yard line. Back the snap again. Quick hit outside and then turning upfield. Nice run after the catch. Made, and this is going to be a first down after Arian Smith made the catch and was able to take it upfield. Actually, they're going to mark him down just shy of the first down marker, right near the 42-yard line, and Georgia lines up in a heavy, tight formation where Beck moves forward on third down. Longhorns think they have him stopped. The officials have not given an indication yet. And you heard one of the Longhorns say he's short. And I think he is. Carson Beck went right up under center, and they lined up everybody tight. From where they're marking the football, it is short of the first down. It'll bring up fourth down. 4th and less than a yard to go for the first down. Ball just shy of the Georgia 43. And the Bulldogs are lining up to go for it. On fourth down, 2 receivers wide right, 1 on the short side, split left. Trevor Etienne, the running back. Back out of the shotgun on fourth down. Long count. Nobody moving for the Longhorns. In fact, they take a delay of game call. And the Longhorns stood their ground, and then they're going to force Georgia to punt.
Oh, great job by that front. Carson Begg's big, 6'4", 220 pounds, didn't need much. And Georgia's been excellent on fourth down, but I think Kirby Smart in this part of the field at this point in the game, they're 16 of 22 on fourth down, but looks like they're going to punt it away.
Well, they have one of the nation's best in Brett Thorson, one of the natives of Australia, 235-pound juniors, averaging 47 yards per punt this season. So Thorson on the kick for Georgia. Silas Bolden back deep to receive it for Texas. Bolden drops back inside the Longhorn 20-yard line. So Brett Thorson to punt it for Georgia on fourth down and 6. Long count, snap goes back to Thorson, and the kick is away. Very, very high, not especially deep, but it forces Bolden to signal for a fair catch, and he'll make the catch at the Texas 13-yard line. So that punt travels 50 yards without a return, and it'll be Longhorn football from the Texas 13, their second possession of this ball game after the first timeout. 9:37 to go in the first quarter here in Atlanta. No score, Texas and Georgia in the SEC Championship on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
My mom, who just finished her high school diploma, I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You taught me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, know it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Longhorn football is brought to you in part by St. David's Healthcare, an official healthcare provider of Texas athletics. The best is here. Each team has possessed the ball one time. Longhorns had a drive, but had it end on a pass that went in and out of the hands of Isaiah Bond and was intercepted by Dalen Everett of Georgia. The Bulldogs moved it 9.5 yards on the first two downs, could not pick up the first down on a quarterback sneak on third down, then ran the play clock down to 0, hoping the Longhorns would jump off sides. They did not, so Georgia is punted, and this second possession for the Longhorns will begin where the first one did, at the 12-yard line here, with 9:37 to go in the first quarter. Scoreless here in the SEC Championship. Craig Way, Roger Wallace, Will Matthews with you here from Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, home of the Atlanta Falcons. It's hosted National Championship in college football. It will host the National Championship this year, and of course the home of the SEC Championship.
Well, that first series, Quinn Ewers had 3 completions, 2 balls deflected, 1 nearly a catch by Matthew Golden, which then would have been a fumble, but he didn't catch it. And of course the interception off the hands of Isaiah Bond, Dalen Everett. There was a lot of contact from Everett from behind, but the Longhorns do a nice job on that sudden change defense now. Once again in the hole offensively, way back in their own territory.
Yeah, officially the 13-yard line. The first drive began at the Texas 11. This one starts from the Longhorn 13. Matthew Golden is wide right, and in the Texas backfield, offset to either side of Quinn Ewers, Trey Wisner, and Jarrett Gibson on either side of Ewers. From the left hash mark of the Texas 13-yard line. First down and 10. Jaden Blue is also out there. He's lined up as a receiver. Now goes behind the formation. The ball is handed to Wisner, but he's in trouble, and he's going to lose yardage. This is back to the 9-yard line. So it's a loss of 4 back to the 9-yard line. It'll bring up second down after Raylan Wilson brought him down.
Georgia's defense has been vulnerable, but it seems like they saved their best for Texas. He just filled that hole and met Wisner head on.
Wisner offset to the right side of Ewers. Jaden Blue offset to the left side of Quinn on second down and 14. Ewers out of the gun, has it, turns, and hands it to Jaden Blue, and he's only able to get back to the line of scrimmage, nothing more than that. And it was Warren Brinson who made the tackle for the Bulldogs. It's now 3rd down and 14 for the Longhorns. DeAndre Moore checks in at wide receiver. Matthew Golden is out wide right. DeAndre Moore is in a slot right. On the short side of the field, split left, is Isaiah Bond. The tight end Gunnar Helm is lined up on the right side of the formation. 3rd down and 14 from the Texas 9-yard line. Ewers out of the shotgun, has the snap. Quinn back to throw, looking, sends it up deep down the boundary, looking for Bond. A Golden, and Golden made the catch across midfield and into Georgia territory. Down the sideline, Matthew Golden got around the Georgia defense and takes it all the way down into Georgia territory. It's a 50-yard strike.
Yeah, that was Malachi Starks, and he kind of cut up, and Golden just went up and climbed the ladder and made the catch right behind him.
At the 41-yard line on 1st down, handoff. Weisner in trouble, and he's dragged down for a loss. Boy, Georgia looking for Contravian Weisner, and they drag him down behind the line of scrimmage. It's back to the 43-yard line, and it's Xavier McLeod who makes the tackle for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Longhorns only 29 yards rushing in the game in Austin against a Georgia defense giving up over 135 yards a game on the ground.
2nd down and 12 at the Bulldog 43-yard line. Weisner offset to the left side of Quinn Ewers. Out of the shotgun, Quinn to take the snap. Has it on 2nd down and back to throw. Looking, fires deep up the middle, ball caught inside the 25 and down to the 21-yard line is Bond. It'll be a 1st down for Texas at the Georgia 21-yard line. That goes for 22 yards.
Can't overstate the job that offensive line's doing. Play action bought Quinn some time, but he had a chance to survey the field.
1st and 10, the ball at the 21-yard line of Georgia. Under 7 minutes to go in a scoreless first quarter here in the SEC Championship. Weisner offset to the left side of Ewers. Now, Trey goes in motion right. Back to throw. Ewers swings it out wide open the end zone, and Gunnar Helm couldn't grab it. There's a flag down in the end zone. Gunnar Helm was open. The ball just had a little too much on it. Now we check the flag. But I think, well, we'll see on what this call is going to be here.
Pass interference, offense number 7. 15-yard penalty, 1st down.
Well, it's called on Isaiah Bond. Offensive pass interference. And I'm not sure, because the replays we've shown have not shown Isaiah's what he did, rather if it was running a pick play or what it was. But now that's a 15-yard loss, and it turns into 1st and 25.
Yeah, that's a killer. You're rolling along, and now you got a tough spot here.
It's all the way back to the Georgia 36 now. On 1st down and 25, Weisner lines up in the pistol behind Ewers. On 1st down, Quinn with the shotgun snap. Back to throw, going deep, down the right boundary with a man. It is incomplete. He was trying for Golden, and Golden was step for step with Daniel Harrison, dived for the football but could not hold it.
Yeah, pretty good throw by Quinn Ewers over the head of Harrison to the inside, and Matt Golden had a good chance to make that catch. Harris did get his hand in at the last second.
2nd down and 25. Jaden Blue checks in at running back now for Texas. Also, Ryan Wingo in. Wingo in a slot right. Golden wide right. The short side of the field split left is Blue, who shifted out of the backfield, and Weisner remains the running back. Now Jaden shifts in motion. Now 2nd down. Off play action. They set up a screen to Blue, but he's hit immediately and dropped for a loss. Jalen Walker dropped him. It's a loss of 2, and now it's going to be 3rd down and 27.
Well, they leaked Gooseby out there to try to get a block. Jalen Walker, he was wrecking havoc in Austin and made that play.
3rd and 27 now at the Georgia 38-yard line. Clock moving with 6:10 to go here in the first quarter. Wingo on the short side of the field is split left. Wide right, Matthew Golden, a slot right, DeAndre Moore. On 3rd down, Ewers from the shotgun has the snap, back hands it to Weisner. Big running room inside the 30 to the 25 on 3rd and 27. Weisner's able to pick up half of it. He got 13 yards. Dan Jackson made the tackle, but it does give Texas a reasonable opportunity at a field goal here.
Yeah, you get behind the chains. By the way, that Bond penalty, that's what led to Gunnar Helm being open. It definitely was the reason Gunner was open. Now you give Bert Auburn a much better chance.
Bert Auburn, 6 foot, 185 pounds, senior out of Flower Mountain High, 10 out of 15 on field goals. This one's going to be a 41-yard try. Pretty much in the center of the field. Good snap and hold. Auburn's kick is on the way, and Bert's field goal is good to give Texas the first points of the SEC championship. This season, Allstate will make a contribution to the University of Texas General Scholarship Fund for every field goal and extra point made by Texas. Thanks to Allstate, you're in good hands. 5:17 to go in the first quarter. The score is Texas 3, Georgia nothing. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Want to get in on the action at Moody Center? Texas Farm Bureau Insurance is proud to offer its members 2 free tickets to select Longhorns men's or women's basketball home games this season. Visit TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for complete details on how members can request tickets. That's TexasLonghorns.com/Texas Farm Bureau for your free tickets to see the Horns on their home court. Brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
The best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
The Longhorns drive 64 yards in 9 plays. Bert Auburn with a 41-yard field goal, and Texas scores first in the SEC championship. 3-0 Longhorns, and we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. With that field goal, Bert Auburn now takes his place in the Longhorn record book for most career field goals in Texas history with 61. And Bert knocks it through to give Texas the 3-0 lead. Despite the 15-yard penalty, the Longhorns able to come away with points on the drive.
And think about that 3rd and 14 from their own 9-yard line, the 50-yard pass play to Golden, getting them out of trouble. So that was huge. Then, of course, great chance to get 6, and they get hit with that 15-yard offensive pass interference penalty. All things considered, though, when you think about the interception, the stop on 3rd down in a yard, force the punt, and then move it to get a field goal. It's a pretty good sequence for Texas.
It was, and Will, the fact they were able to move it 64 yards, remember they were behind the chains early, came back and got the big 3rd down pass, and able to get it in position, and despite that other penalty, getting 3 points out of it, I think, is important in the start of this one.
It really is. Texas has got to find a way to score no matter what, walking away with every possession with some sort of kick, pushing the side of the ball to make sure that they're down in their own end zone, or coming away with 3 or 6 points. Texas has got to do that, but Texas, I feel like they've got to find a way to establish the run. It's just been stymied, and it's really hurt the momentum for Texas. Texas comes into the game at 4.7 yards per play. They've got to find a way to get those guys ready to go.
Yeah, it had the 15-yard run from Wisner, but that was when Georgia had dropped back into obvious passing formation, expecting to defend the pass, and they had a lot of turf they could surrender without giving up the first down. But it did give the Longhorns a chance to capitalize with the field goal. That they did. And now the kickoff from Will Stone, the 195-pound junior out of the Regent School in Austin. The left footer boots it out the back of the end zone. And Georgia will start its second possession from the Bulldogs' 25-yard line.
You mentioned ATN got the start, and he was a menace in Austin with those 3 touchdowns, ran for 87 yards, missed the last 3 ball games.
First down and 10. For Georgia, the ball at the Bulldog 25-yard line, right in the center of the field, moving left to right, north to south here in the first quarter. Out wide left for the Bulldogs is London Humphreys, and in the slot left is Arian Smith. First down and 10. It is a handoff, and it is not going anywhere at all as ETN has dragged down Michael Taft, doing that on his own. All of the pressure forced the play outside, and Taft dropped him backfield for a loss of a yard. It's back at the 24-yard line. It's 2nd down and 11. Bulldogs will send 3 receivers out wide left, including Dylan Bell. Now one will shift back to the right. That's Arian Smith. In a slot left is Dominic Lovett on 2nd down and 11 from the Georgia 24-yard line. Carson Beck out of the shotgun, has the snap, play action, back to throw. He's going deep, down the right sideline, and that pass way overthrown. And now a late flag comes in. Oh, my goodness. Manny Muhammad had the coverage on Arian Smith. There's no way that pass is catchable. It is way overthrown, and yet the side judge threw the flag.
Pass interference, defense number 5, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
It's called on Manny Muhammad, and even though he did grab the shoulder of Arian Smith, there's no way he's going to catch that ball.
Well, that was a late flag, and there was less contact there than on that Dalen Everett interception with tangled up with Isaiah Bond.
So it goes out to the 39-yard line. It'll be 1st down and 10 for Georgia. Out wide left is Dylan Bell. On the short side of the field, split right, Arian Smith. 1st down and 10. Bulldogs will line up in the pistol. And Etienne, the running back, directly behind the quarterback, Carson Beck. On 1st and 10 off the right hash of the Georgia 39. Beck with the snap, turns and hands it to Etienne, wrapped up in the backfield, and then bounces out of it, and he'll lose even more yardage. Anthony Hill ran him down. He got a little help from Andrew Makuba and Barron Sorrell, but it goes for a loss of 5 yards.
That's twice now Georgia on run plays have bounced off tacklers only to lose more with the second effort.
Sorrell slowed him down, and then Hill ran him down with help from Makuba. Loss of 5. It's back to the 34, and it's 2nd down and 15. 2 receivers out wide right for Georgia, and Nate Frazier, the running back, now in for the Bulldogs, offset to the left side of the quarterback, Carson Beck, from the left hash mark at the Georgia 34-yard line. 2nd down and 15. Shotgun snap back to Beck. He's looking right, now looking left, pumps, under pressure. He's hit and got rid of the ball. It's incomplete. A late flag has come in. Anthony Hill had him. But let's check the flag. And officials are pointing toward the Texas defense. Well, Anthony Hill had his arms wrapped around Carson Beck. I don't know that here's the call anyway from Steve Marlowe.
There are 2 fouls on the play. Personal foul, roughing the passer, 0 defense. Intentional grounding, number 15 offense. Penalties offset, 2nd down.
Well, neither side happy with that because Anthony Hill was riding Carson Beck to the turf when he did throw the ball away. But Hill was called for roughing the passer for continuing to ride Beck down to the turf.
Beck was falling down, and so he gets underneath Anthony Hill. And again, it's that question, what's a defender to do?
Instead, it'll go back to being 2nd down and 15 from the Georgia 34. Beck out of an empty set, 5 receivers, no running backs. Now shifting Frazier, the running back, around the perimeter, Etienne. And he swings a pass out to Etienne, picks up a block, and is out of bounds around the 40-yard line. He was forced out at the 40 by Andrew Makuba. It's a gain of 6. And now, for Georgia, it'll bring up 3rd down and 9.
Nice job by Jelani McDonald taking on a blocker there and at least forcing Etienne to the outside. He wanted to cut it up.
3rd and 9 from the Georgia 40-yard line. And they'll shift up in pass formation. Cash Jones, 182-pound junior running back out of Brock, the native Texan, offset the left side of Carson Beck. Beck with the snap on 3rd down, fires over the middle, ball caught, and then in and out of the hands. They'll rule it incomplete. Great play made by Makuba to knock the ball out of the hands of Dylan Bell, and it's 4th down.
Yeah, wasn't going to be enough for a first, but nice job by Makuba on this series. Couple of big plays. A happy birthday Saturday to Andrew Makuba.
Absolutely. So on 4th down, a punt to come from Thorson. So Thorson's first punt on the last drive carried 49 yards. He's averaging 47 yards per punt this season. Bolden standing back inside the Texas 15, awaiting the kick. The kick from Thorson, very, very high, and Bolden settles under, has to let it bounce, and it'll roll into the end zone. So it went 60 yards, but the net will be 40 as it'll come out to the 20 on the touchback. With 2:46 remaining in the first quarter. Here in Atlanta, the score is Texas 3 and Georgia 0. here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
August was born 3 pounds, 9.8 ounces. When I first saw him, it was a whole range of emotions. There's stuff I still want to do. Being a young dad, it's not giving up. It's shifting. I look through his eyes. I can envision the whole future with him already. To throw the first football to him, give him ice cream for the first time. My life is now devoted to his life.
Through all of fatherhood's firsts, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios with this WinStar World Resort Studio report. A couple of other conference championship games taking place today. 2 finals to report in the Dr. Pepper Big 12 Championship. 15th ranked Arizona State defeats number 16 Iowa State 45-19. Mid-American Conference, we see Ohio win that as they beat Miami of Ohio 38-3. Men's college basketball in the SEC. 2 finals to report. Arkansas over UTSA by 15, 75-60. Razorbacks now 7-2 on the season. South Carolina also wins against East Carolina at home in Columbia. Gamecocks on top of the Pirates, 75-68. Let's send it back now inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium with Craig, Roger, and Will. Guys?
Thanks, Mike. When you're out of town and want to keep up with live college sports, be sure to download the new Varsity Network app, available for both Apple and Android. Listen to college sports live with the Varsity Network app. Well, 2:46 to go here in the first quarter. Texas on top of Georgia 3-0. Longhorns have it back. 2 possessions for Georgia, just 9 yards, no first downs, other than the penalty on Malik Muhammad. Longhorns 127 yards of offense. And to Will's point, I'm sure, especially down here, Steve Sarkisian would like to get some sort of running game going. Quinn Ewers has been good. He's hooked up on that big 50-yarder to get him into scoring territory, but got to get a run game at some point, you would think, in this ball game.
Yeah, and Will, incumbent upon the Longhorns to have ball security on this as well. You know, Sark likes to talk about the key is the ball. Can't have turnovers.
You know, you really can't. And, you know, let's not worry about turnovers after when you fumble the ball and then have to take it to class for a week. No, don't worry about that. Take care of the ball. This is the time where you're training and all of the time that you've taken that ball to class and everything has got to come into play. It's time for Contravian Wisner to hold on to the ball, Jaden Blue and all of the guys, to make sure that they give Georgia their best shot today.
Wisner lines up directly behind Quinn Ewers in the pistol. Matthew Golden is out wide right. And in a slot right is Ryan Wingo. First down and 10, Texas, for the left hash mark at the Longhorn 20-yard line. Out of the pistol, it is a handoff to Wisner. Up the middle, good first down push. A gain of 5 to the 25-yard line, brought down by Warren Brinson.
You said it, Craig. Good push. That pile was a couple of yards down the field before Wisner was touched.
Second down and 5 from the 25. Golden still out wide right. Wingo on the short side of the field in a slot left. Again, out of the pistol. On second down, Ewers looking over the Georgia defense. Now has the snap. Hands it to Wisner again. Off left tackle. Breaks the tackle. Has a first down. Still on his feet. Down to the 35-yard line. 10 tough rushing yards for Contravian Wisner. C.J. Allen finally wraps him up.
Ran up right to the backside of Warren Brinson, who had his back to Wisner. Couldn't find him.
First down and 10, Texas. The Longhorn 35-yard line, under 2 minutes to go in the first quarter, with Texas leading Georgia 3-0 in this SEC championship. From the left hash mark at the Texas 35. Again, out of the pistol. Ewers shifting Wingo in motion and off play action. Quinn looking to throw, but pressure coming from behind. And that was just lost on the left side of the line. Chaz Chambliss dropped him for a loss, a sack, and a loss of 7.
Yeah, that was Gunnar Helm that kept him in the block, and he just could not handle Chambliss.
Loss of 7. So it's back to the 28. Longhorns have faced a lot of second and longs here in the first quarter. This is second down and 17. From the 28-yard line. On second and 17, Ewers out of the shotgun. Weisner offset to his right. DeAndre Moore shifts in motion behind the formation, and on second down, there's a handoff. Weisner trying to shake a tackler, and is able to pick up 4 yards back to the 31-yard line. It's going to bring up third down, 3 yards to the 31, where he's brought down by Smile London. So now from the 31, it's going to bring up third down and 14. So on third and 14, Isaiah Bond is wide left. And wide right, lined up in single file, DeAndre Moore with Matthew Golden right behind him. Out of the shotgun, Ewers to take the snap on third down. Has the snap, back to throw, blitz coming, Quinn under pressure, scrambles right, looking, throws downfield, and Golden makes the catch. What a great grab by Matthew Golden down at the Georgia 35-yard line. Golden got behind Daniel Harris and went up in the air, high-pointed the ball and pulls it down for a 37-yard gain.
Well, great job by Quinn to get out of the pocket, buy himself some time, make an accurate throw to Golden, who kind of threw up his hand like they're playing on the playground.
That's the end of the first quarter with Texas on the move. Officially a 32-yard pass to Matthew Golden. And at the end of the first quarter, the score, the Texas Longhorns 3, the Georgia Bulldogs nothing here in the SEC Championship. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Or your grandma here with us, making carne asada.
She does love a cold Corona.
Throw in some dancing.
Oh, we can watch the game.
I'll drink to that.
So a backyard concert with football, food, dancing, and Corona?
And your grandma.
Or we could keep it simple.
Simple is good. Want a Corona?
Thanks. Salud to the perfect day.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Import, Chicago, Illinois.
Refresh your home with the help of Living Spaces and get everything you need fast with free shipping. Upgrade with our in-stock collections at everyday low prices, and we'll deliver it as soon as the next day. From your living room and dining room to your bedrooms and office, every space deserves a new furniture piece here and a chic accessory there. Discover designs you love, and we'll ship them for free only at Living Spaces and livingspaces.com.
Living Spaces,
proud sponsor of Texas Athletics.
Mike Coulter back in studio, taking a closer look back at that first quarter of play. Georgia won the coin toss. Yes, the Bulldogs with their red uniforms were the away team in this game. They deferred to the second half after winning that toss, so Texas got the ball to start the game, and the offense quickly to work after an 11-yard kick return from Matthew Golden. Ewers found Golden for 6 yards. Then on third down and 4, Quinn hooked up with DeAndre Moore Jr. for 22 up to the 39-yard line. Ewers then found Golden again, this time for 19 to the Georgia 42-yard line, but then later on third down and 9, Ewers' pass was tipped by his intended target and then intercepted by the Dogs' Dalen Everett at the Georgia 33. Georgia could do nothing with it as they were stopped on third down and 1. In fact, took a delay of game on 4th and 1, trying to draw the Horns off sides, and they would punt it away. Then Texas went to work from their own 13-yard line. 2 runs got negative yardage before a third down and long completion from Ewers to Matthew Golden for 49 yards. A couple plays later, Ewers found Isaiah Bond for 22 more down to the Georgia 21-yard line. However, a pass interference on Isaiah Bond cost the Longhorns 15 on a pass intended for tight end Gunnar Helm at the goal line. It was incomplete. He was wide open, though. Third down and 27, they run a delay with Trey Weisner, got 15 of it back, and then Burt Auburn was good from 41 yards out. 9 plays, 64 yards, 4 minutes, 10 seconds off the clock. Texas in front 3-0. Georgia's next possession started at their own 25. Really didn't do anything as they got a pass interference called on the Longhorns. A roughing the passer as well was negated by an intentional grounding, so they would punt it back to the Longhorns. Texas had the ball at their 20-yard line to start the drive that they're currently on. Trey Weisner, a couple of runs, got a first down. Ewers was sacked by Chaz Chambliss. Then on third down and 14 as the quarter came to an end, Quinn rolled to his right, finds Matthew Golden with an outstanding catch down to the Georgia 37 or so yard line. Right now stands as a gain of 32. And as we send it back now, Texas on the move, hopefully looking to add some more points to their 3-0 lead. Let's send it back now to Atlanta with Craig Way, Roger Wallace, and Will Matthews. Gentlemen.
All right, thanks very much. Appreciate that, Mike. The Longhorns, it's at the Georgia 37. It's a 32-yard gain, and the Longhorns begin the second quarter with a first down and 10, moving left to right, north to south here in quarter number 2. Quinn Ewers out of the shotgun, shifting Ryan Wingo in motion from right to left. On 1st and 10 from the Georgia 37. Ewers with the snap, and back the throw, pressure coming, swings it out to Weisner. Here goes Contravian, 35, lowers the shoulder, and he'll pick up some necessary yardage. You got 5 yards when it looked like Ewers is about to be dropped. He's able to dump it off. The check down to Weisner picks up 5. C.J. Allen and Jornell Aguero on the tackle for Georgia.
Yeah, Jalen Walker was bearing down on him again, and that's twice. Ewers made a great play with pressure.
Second down and 5 from the Georgia 32. Out of the pistol. Ewers the toss to Weisner, trying to turn the corner, does. 30, around the corner, and a flags all over the field, as Weisner goes down, all the way down to the 13-yard line. It would be a 19-yard gain, but let's run through these flags. There are 4 flags on the field. I wonder if there's more than one violation, or did all 4 officials see the exact same thing? Here's the call from Steve Barlow, the referee.
There are 2 fouls on the play. Holding, offense number 2. Personal foul, face mask, defense number 7. Penalties offset, second down. Okay,
second series of offsetting penalties we've had. Matthew Golden called for a hold on the block and then the face mask on the tackle of Weisner. So it remains at the Georgia 32-yard line, where it will bring up second down and 5. Weisner offset to the right side of Quinn Ewers. 2 receivers out wide right, 1 on the short side of the field, split left. The ball is on the left hash mark of the Georgia 32. Ewers from the gun, has the snap, back the throw. Sends it over the middle, off the hands of DeAndre Moore. He was open, couldn't hold it, incomplete. And it brings up third down and 5.
Just a drop by Moore. Nice little pump, a look to the middle, and Moore had space and just couldn't make the catch. Simple as that.
Third down now and 5. Isaiah Bond back on the field. He's on the short side of the field, split to the left. Wide right, nearest the boundary. DeAndre Moore in the slot right is Matthew Golden. Ball is on the left hash mark of the Georgia 32-yard line. On third down for Texas, Ewers out of the shotgun. Moore shifts in motion from right to left. Quinn to the snap, back the throw. Over the middle, caught, but it's going to be short of the first down. It's close. Moore made the catch. It's a 4-yard gain. It's 4th and a yard. The ball is at the 28-yard line, and the Longhorns are going to go for it on 4th down. And Arch Manning is coming in. Like we said, there was a chance we might see Arch in these short yardage packages, especially once it's in the red zone. Well, it's outside the red zone, but it is 4th down and less than a yard. So Arch Manning, 6'4", 225-pound redshirt freshman out of Isidore Newman in New Orleans, has carried it 20 times for 95 yards, including a rushing touchdown last week. And he's under center to take it on 4th down. Jaden Blue behind him, direct snap, the Blue. Jaden turning the corner, and he's got the first down. Inside the 26 and down to the 25-yard line, a gain of 3.
You know, there's a little gadget. Arch looked like he was sneaking. They snapped the ball back to Blue and get the first down.
1st and 10, Texas at the Georgia 25-yard line. We played the first 2 minutes of the second quarter with the Longhorns leading Georgia 3-0 in this SEC championship game.
By the way, Jake Majors had to nutbag Arch. He had to go between his legs to snap it to Blue. That's pretty nifty.
Yeah. Get the feeling they've worked on that.
I hope so.
And now, under center is Manning to take the snap. Or rather, Ewers back in. The handoff is to Weisner, trying to turn the corner, does. A flag comes down. And Weisner down at the 21-yard line. It would be a gain of 4, but this may be another holding call. Still discussing it. Longhorns have already had 2 holding calls. And sure enough, that's going to be the case. Here comes the call.
Holding, offense number 7. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. First down.
All right. So, again, it's being called on the receivers.
Yeah, and Steve Sarkisian's body language said all you need to know. But these are just really tough penalties to keep overcoming. They've been lucky on 2 big penalties to have offsetting. But, boy, now you just dig yourself a big hole here.
Yeah, and it was legit. He had a hold of Malachi Starks, did Bond, looking at a replay. So now It's 1st and 17 from the spot of the foul. Shotgun snap back to Ewers under pressure, and he's sacked. Warren Brinson got him. It's all the way back at the 35-yard line, a loss of 3 more. Now it's going to bring up 2nd down and 20. Back at the 35 of Georgia. Juan Davis checks out. DeAndre Moore back in as an extra wide receiver. Matthew Golden is wide right. Well, now he'll shift, I believe, to a single file setup with DeAndre Moore. They're in the slot on the open side of the formation on the right. Isaiah Bond is on the short side of the field, split to the left. 2nd down and 20 for Texas at the Georgia 35-yard line. Ewers out of the shotgun. Jaden Blue offset to the right side of Quinn. Ewers has it, fakes a toss to Blue, then swings out a pass to Jane. He's got to escape a man, can't do it. He'll lose yardage. Raylan Wilson got him. It's a loss of 7 more.
Yeah, Wilson had that sniffed out from the start, and now you're kind of in the same situation as on the other field goal drive. You just need to get some positive yardage to help out Bert Auburn.
Now they're going to put it down at the 36 and call it a loss of 6, but now the Longhorns face 3rd down and 26 at the Georgia 41. They faced a 3rd and 27, now a 3rd and 26. Leisner back in the ballgame at running back. And Ewers wasn't ready for the snap. He got it. Now throws it over the middle. Ball caught at the 25 is DeAndre Moore. Quinn was looking the other way when the snap came, but he caught it and was able to hit Moore for 17 yards.
Yeah, that thing looked funky from the start, but fortunately for Quinn Ewers, not only caught it, but had the presence to make a play and get some of that yardage back.
Well, the Longhorns, similar situation in the first quarter. They had 3rd and 27, ended up with a 41-yard Bert Auburn field goal. They had 3rd and 26. Now we'll try to get a 42-yarder from Auburn. Out of the hold of the punter, Michael Kern, and the snap from Lance St. Louis. Good snap and hold. The kick is on the way. The 42-yard field goal by Bert Auburn is good. And that'll extend the Texas lead with 10 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the first half here in the SEC Championship game in Atlanta. It's Texas 6 and Georgia nothing on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Longhorn football was brought to you in part by Texas Mutual Insurance Company, keeping workers safe and community strong. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification live from the SEC Championship game in Atlanta. You're listening to Texas Longhorn football from Learfield. It was a 56-yard, 14-play drive that took 7 minutes and 14 seconds off the clock. Bert Auburn's second field goal, this time from 42 yards out, has extended the Texas lead to 6-0. So here are the positives. A, the Longhorns have not trailed in this game and lead 6-0. B, they have 193 yards of total offense to 9 for Georgia. They have 8 first downs to just 1 for the Bulldogs. Longhorns 3 out of 7 on third downs, and they've converted their 1 fourth down. That was on that last drive. They've run 28 plays to 7 for Georgia, and the time of possession over 15 minutes for Texas, 4.5 for Georgia. But Will Matthews, the backwards plays and the penalties have really stung the Longhorns, the negative plays. There have already been 8 tackles for losses by Georgia And the penalties obviously have hurt the Longhorns as well here in this first half.
Yeah, you're so right. The penalties are the thing that is really keeping Texas from moving the ball in a complete manner. When they get going and the momentum is surrounding them, there's a penalty and something happened. But there is a bright spot that I'm seeing. Quinn seems focused. He's throwing the ball well. And you know what's activated? Has that explosive play deep ball. Like to see that. If Texas can continue that, stay away from the turnovers, and hopefully get the ground game going, they'll have something today.
Will Stone to kick it off for Texas. And Cash Jones standing on the goal line, the former Rock Eagle, native Texan from Parker County, and he'll field it. Nope, he'll let it go over his head into the end zone for a touchback. Cash had to be pretty happy. His alma mater getting a gigantic win in the state quarterfinal, beating Graham last night, 12-10 in the playoffs after losing to them in the regular season. So now Georgia, the touchback will start from its own 25-yard line where the Longhorn defense has been really good. David Benda is in at linebacker for Texas, along with Anthony Hill. First down and 10 for the Bulldogs. Trevor Etienne is the running back. He's offset to the right side of the quarterback, Carson Beck. First down and 10 from the Georgia 25. There's a handoff to Etienne, and he's dragged down almost immediately. Alfred Collins wrapped him up and dropped him. It's a gain of 2, but it brings up second down and 8.
Nice play in the hole by Collins. Georgia loads up the right side of that offensive line. They bring everybody in. Etienne tries to cut it left, and Collins wasn't going to miss the tackle.
Second down and 8 with 10 minutes remaining in the half. Bulldogs will shift Arian Smith out wide right. The short side of the field split to left is London Humphreys. And a slot left is Anthony Evans. Second down, handoff again. Etienne, a flag is down. Etienne surges forward to the 29-yard line. So it'd be a gain of a couple more. Jalen Gilbo, Leonga LaFowl on the tackle. Now they'll check the flag.
Yeah. I wonder if Texas was offsides. I think that's going to be the call.
That unfortunately hurts.
Offside. Defense number 91. Lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
It's called on Ethan Burke. So instead of it being third down and 6, it'll instead bring up second down and 3. The ball is at the 32-yard line. So second and 3 for Georgia. Again, the Bulldogs with just one first down so far in this first half. And the Longhorns have given them a shorter distance to navigate here. So on second and 3 from the Bulldog 27-yard line, play action, Beck over the middle, wide open to make the catch, and a first down across midfield is the tight end Ben Urasek, wrapped up in the Texas 49-yard line, and making the tackle is Makuba, but it's a 19-yard gain. First down and 10 for Georgia at the Texas 49-yard line. Bulldogs have 2 receivers out wide left, one on the short side of the field, split to the right. Etienne, the running back, offset to the right side of the quarterback, Carson Beck. Right in the center of the SEC logo at midfield. First and 10 from the Texas 49. Beck with a shotgun snap, and he'll hand it to Etienne. He got a big block out front, 45, and drives forward down to the 42-yard line. The best run from scrimmage. Michael Taft wrapped him up. They're going to move the football down close to, I believe, the 42-yard line. So that would be a gain of 7. It is second down and 3.
First time Etienne's had a really good cutback lane to get into the hole.
You can actually say it's closer to an 8-yard gain than 7. The ball is inside the 42. So second down. A long 2 needed for the first. Nate Frazier in at running back. Under center, Beck to take the snap, off play action, back to throw, being chased, throws over the middle, it's caught by the tight end, Oscar Delp, and it's a first down. Twice they've gone to the tight end on this drive, this time for 10 yards.
Yeah, they flood that right side first. Arian Smith, he was covered up, but then Delp just found a soft spot.
First and 10, Georgia Bulldogs on the move at the Texas 31-yard line. Inside of 8 minutes remaining in the first half, with Texas leading 6-0. On the right hash mark at the Texas 31. Back out of the shotgun. Nate Frazier offset to his left side. Has the snap, turns, first down, hands off Frazier. He slides through a couple of defenders and picks up 5 yards down to the 26-yard line before Andrew Makuba can wrap him up. Well, Georgia front doing a better job of run blocking here than they have at any point in the rest of the first half. Now it's 2nd down and 5 at the Texas 26. Longhorns swap out personnel. They'll get Vernon Broughton back in the middle of the defensive line along with Alfred Collins. Trey Moore on one end and Barron Sorrell on the other for Texas. 2nd down and 5 from the Longhorn 26. Beck from the shotgun has the snap, pumps, looks, goes over the middle. Ball is incomplete, in and out of the hands of Arian Smith. The pass broken up. He had it in his hands for a moment, and the Longhorns break it up.
Yeah, that's just a drop by Smith. He had inside position on Muhammad. It was a little bit behind him, or he catches out. He probably takes it to the end zone.
So now it brings up 3rd down and 5 for Georgia at the Texas 26-yard line. Cash Jones in the block in all probability. Now he shifts out of the backfield in motion, now shifts back. Back from the shotgun. He sends Jones in motion again, has the snap, back the throw. Pass over the middle, ball tipped and incomplete. Oh my gosh, Andrew Makuba. I think Makuba has set a Longhorn record for being angriest about being able to come up with the interception on a tip drill. It was intended for Dominic Lovett to bring some 4th down.
Yeah, I think Lovett's the one that kept Makuba from getting that pick. He went up. He kind of came down funny on his ankle.
And I think Jahdae Barron got the hand in to deflect it. So now Georgia will try to get on the board with Peyton Woodring, who is 17 out of 19 on field goals. This is going to be a 44-yard try out of the right hash, out of the hold of the quarterback Carson Beck. 44-yard field goal try. It's a good snap, spot, the kick on the way, and the kick is good, and Georgia is on the board. 6:41 remaining in the first half. The Bulldogs drive for a field goal, and it's now Texas 6 and Georgia 3. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
It's the Get Holiday Ready sales event with Hank and Sam from the Ford crew. Today, a new shipment of inventory.
Hank, what's going on?
Another hauler full of new Ford trucks and SUVs, Sam.
So much SUV capability. Is that?
Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks for 47 years. And a big selection means...
Big savings?
Yep, which means...
It's the best time to buy?
Well done, Sam. And time for America to get holiday ready with Ford.
Based on 1977 to 2023 CY Industry reported total sales.
Dulce Vida Blanco Tequila will give you a winning taste in every sip. Made with 100% organic blue agave harvested in Los Altos, Mexico, Dulce Vida Blanco is additive-free and great in a classic margarita. Try the Dulce Vida fruit-infused tequilas that are all natural, low in calories, and made with real fruit. Whether it's spicy pineapple jalapeno, refreshing grapefruit, or mouth-watering lime, Dulce Vida is a hit every time. Dulce Vida Tequila, pure and simple. 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Dulce Vida Spirits, Austin, Texas.
Georgia Bulldogs drive at 49 yards and 8 plays, taking 3:50 off the clock. 2 big passes to tight ends Ben Urasek and Oscar Delp make the difference, but the Longhorn defense stiffens, forcing Peyton Woodring and the Bulldogs to settle for a Woodring 44-yard field goal. And so Georgia's on the board. Texas still in front, but it's 6-3 with 6:41 to go here in the first half.
Texas, no doubt, kicking itself a little bit with those really good drives that both stalled out, and actually they had to accomplish something just to get into field goal range because they had such a long down and distance, and then Georgia finally got a little offense going, but their only 3rd down attempt on the drive, Longhorns get the stop. So 3 field goals, probably not surprising that it's lower scoring than some of these championship games.
Yeah, indeed. And Will Matthews, the Longhorn defense, did stiffen there. The offsides penalty hurt. And again, we're talking about penalties, unfortunately, factoring in against Texas.
It really does. And every time Texas seeming to get the momentum, get into a flow, there comes a penalty on the offensive side and on the defensive side. But what a bright spot for the defense to move around as quick as they're doing and doing their thing and only give up 3 points. And goodness, I hoped Makuba was going to get that one. Knowing Makuba, he's going to be frustrated.
We've seen him get upset, and that's what I was referring to 3 or 4 times. And it's not like he hadn't had interceptions. He's got 4 this year, but he would tell you he should have more. And Jahdae Barron was going down, and it hit his arm And then, as Roger pointed out, it was a nice job by Dominic Lovett to prevent it from being picked off as he became defender. So now the Longhorns will get the ball back. Remember, Georgia will get the kickoff to start the second half. Longhorns love to have a long scoring drive here and add to the lead.
It ends in the end zone.
Yeah.
Think about that drive, 49 yards, and they have 53 total yards. Does Georgia here, Texas 193, and it's just a 3-point ball game.
Bulldogs to kick it off. Woodring's kick is a boomer. It's going to go out of the back of the end zone. So Texas will start from its 25-yard line. I want to remind you, Longhorn men's basketball back in action tomorrow with two-time defending national champion UConn paying a call on Moody Center. We'll have it for you tomorrow afternoon here on many of these same Longhorn Radio Network stations from Learfield. Eddie Orn will join me for the call. 3:30 Central Time, 3:30 air time, 4 o'clock tip. Texas against UConn. Longhorns have won 7 in a row now after the season opening loss in Las Vegas to Ohio State. They won the SEC-ACC Challenge game in Raleigh, North Carolina on Wednesday night, beating North Carolina State 63-59. First down and 10, Texas from the left hash mark at the Longhorn 25-yard line. Quinn Ewers out of the shotgun and looks to throw on first down. Sends it out to the right side, and Wingo would start it in and cut back to left and could not get over to the ball. It's incomplete.
Looked like he just kind of stumbled trying to get out of his break. Pass might have been a little bit wide. Now, first down's not been great for Texas, averaging, well, now less than 3 yards per play on first down.
First and 10 becomes second and 10 now. Silas Bolden on the field. He's in a slot on the right. Wingo out there wide right. On second down, Ewers, the snap, turns, and swings it over the middle to Bolden with the catch. Still on his feet as Silas turns it outside, 35-40. Bolden to the 45-yard line, and then shoved out of bounds, and 15 more will be tacked on. Smile Munden hit him after the 20-yard catch and run. This is going to wind up being a net of 35 yards on the game. Kirby Smart all over Smile Munden right now on the sideline.
Some things you just can't match, and that speed. Silas Bolden didn't look like it should have been that big a gain.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness. Number 2, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
He was definitely out of bounds. He was 2 yards out of bounds when Munden put his hands on him and shoved him. So it's a 15-yard walk-off, and it'll take it to the Georgia 40-yard line.
How about Bolden bouncing off the tackle of Dan Jackson? He's one of the surest safeties there is out there.
First down and 10, Texas. At the Georgia 40-yard line, clock moving. 6 minutes, 25 seconds remaining first half. Longhorns in front, 6-3. Out of the pistol, shotgun snap, or pistol snap. And he goes out, and Ewers to the air, and it's incomplete. Ryan Wingo couldn't hold it after he was hit by Dalen Everett. Good hit by Everett. Wingo had it in his hands, just unable to hold on to the ball. Had it. Well, he started to juggle it, and then Everett made sure he wasn't going to catch it.
Yeah, it's tough ball game. Everything's magnified, but that's 2 drops. Of course, Georgia had a big drop with Arian Smith.
So the ball at the Bulldog 40-yard line on second down and 10. Bolden on the short side of the field is split left. Ryan Wingo wide right. Jaden Blue shifting in motion. On second down, off play action. Ewers to throw over the middle. Ball caught by Bolden, and he takes a huge hit. But he hops right back up after the hit by Dan Jackson. 16 yards sliding across the middle on the catch to Silas Bolden, a first down at the Georgia 24.
You talk about tough as nails. He got blown up, clean hit, no flag, and somehow held on to that ball.
First and 10, Texas at the Georgia 24-yard line. 5:45 and counting to go in the first half here in Atlanta in the SEC Championship. Texas leading 6-3. Ryan Wingo is out wide left. Silas Bolden in the slot left. And first down. Ewers with the snap. Turns and hands the ball to Jaden Blue. Cutting left, cuts back inside, or rather Weisner, and takes it down to the 19-yard line. Goes Trey, and he picks up 5 yards.
Boy, that was a nice cut back and good first down yardage here as Longhorns get into the red area.
Second down and 10, or second and 5, excuse me, as DeAndre Moore checks out. The extra tight end, Juan Davis, checks in. Matthew Golden will go wide left for Texas. And they'll line up tight ends on either side of the formation. It's a compressed formation, a little tighter toward the center. Ball in the right hash mark at the Georgia 19. On second down, Ewers, play action, back to throw, pressure coming, and has to get rid of it, throws it away. Again, the pressure coming, and a Longhorn and a Bulldog get into it. DJ Campbell with Michael Williams. Nothing comes of it.
Well, maybe the only thing that comes of it is Cam Williams kind of got the worst of it. He comes up hobbling a little bit. Campbell throwing down Michael Williams.
3rd down and 5 at the Georgia 19-yard line. Longhorns in this first half are 3 out of 7 on 3rd down. Near the right hash mark, Ewers out of the shotgun on 3rd down and 5. Quinn with the snap, back to throw, looks, sends it out to the left side. That pass intercepted and dropped. In and out of the hands of Daniel Harris. It was floated a little bit. It was intended out there for DeAndre Moore. It had a lot of air under it, but Harris running under it couldn't hold it. The Longhorns once again will look to settle for 3.
Yeah, that's just a break. I mean, Harris had that ball. Didn't even have to jump, but Texas comes out with 3. It'll be thanks to that drop right there.
Bert Auburn back on to try a field goal. This one will be a 37-yard try out of the hold. And Michael Kern on the snap from Lance St. Louis. And before they do anything, the kick was driven through. There's a procedure penalty against Texas.
Before the snap, false start, 80, offense. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
That's Malik Agbo. We saw that happen last week in the game in College Station. Agbo's called for the penalty. So now it becomes a 42-yarder. Well, Bert Auburn hit a 42-yarder earlier in this quarter. He has a 41-yarder and a 42-yarder and trying for another 42-yarder. Lance St. Louis, the 220-pound junior from Gilbert, Arizona, to snap it. Michael Kern, the punter, to hold it. Bert Auburn. 42-yard field goal try, and this one's no good. Well, penalties continue to hurt the Longhorns. And they come away empty-handed now as a result of that. As the penalty, the false start call wiped out what would have been a good field goal. Instead, it remains just a 3-point game with 4:36 remaining in the first half. It is Texas 6 and Georgia 3. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
The Flat Creek Estate Wine Garden is how Austin does a pregame. Sip on the most awarded Texas wines in history at this fixture of the Texas football experience. Located on DeLost Dodds Way on the north side of DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. The Flat Creek Estate Wine Garden brings Texas Hill Country attitude to every Longhorns home game. Award-winning wines? We got it. Need a frosé? We got that too. Plus live music and plenty of shade. We know how much y'all need that. Come on over to the Flat Creek Estate Wine Garden on game day. Visit our amazing 80-acre winery in Marble Falls and pick up our wines at your local HEB. Book 'em.
Game day traditions start with a cup of Community Coffee, the official coffee sponsor of the Texas Longhorns. Family owned since 1919, Community Coffee has spent 5 generations roasting great tasting blends right here in the USA. They're just as dedicated to making a difference in the community with programs that support teachers, military service members, disaster relief, and first responders. Try Community Coffee or find it near you at communitycoffee.com.
Longhorns had another opportunity to score, but another penalty stunted what would have been the 3rd field goal for Bert Auburn. They had driven it 51 yards in 8 plays, but the 5th Longhorn penalty totaling 50 yards in this first half. That one called on Malik Agbo. A false start call, and Texas, instead of a 37-yarder that was good, had to try from 42, and Bert Auburn unable to knock that one through. So it remains a 6-3 Texas lead with 4:36 remaining in the half.
Kind of walking the tightrope right now with this Georgia team. Texas dominating the stats, and again, just up by 3 with a turnover, and as you said, some penalties, then a missed field goal. And I don't know if that 5 yards was the exact difference. It's hard to get a perfect angle to see if 5 yards closer that ball is good or not. He hooked it to the left, but now this defense, and it's that tough spot, Craig. You got 4:36, and Georgia gets the ball to start the second half, so potentially back-to-back possessions if the Longhorns can't get a stop here.
So Georgia will start from its own 24-yard line after that miss on the field goal try. The Longhorns have Jermaine Lole in the middle of the defensive front along with Alfred Collins. Ethan Burke on one side, Colin Simmons on the other. And the linebackers, Leonda LaFau, Anthony Hill. The corners, Manny Muhammad and Jahdae Barron. Safeties are Michael Tabb and Andrew Makuba. And the star back is Jalen Gilbo. So first down and 10 for Georgia for the Bulldog 24. Wide right is Arian Smith. Cash Jones lines up in the pistol behind the quarterback, Carson Beck, on first down and 10. Beck now relaying some instruction down the line to his teammates. He also has Landon Humphreys in the slot on the left side on first down. It's a handoff to Jones, and he's able to surge forward, and not a bad first down carry considering he ran into 3 Longhorns, among those Ethan Burke. And it winds up being a 4-yard carry out to the 28.
Doesn't carry much, just 22 carries coming into the ball game, but yeah, he had those legs just churning there.
Second down and 6 for Georgia from the Bulldog 28. Clock moving down to 4:11 and counting to go here in the first half. 2 receivers on the short side of the field, split left. One is out wide right. From the left hash mark at the Bulldog 28. Beck from the shotgun shifts 1 receiver in motion. Nate Frazier, the running back now, but off play action. Beck looks to throw, sends it up deep, over the middle, knocked away by Michael Tabb. Did a great job cutting in front of the intended target, Lawson Lucky, to make it incomplete.
Also got some pressure from Colin Simmons on that pass rush, and yeah, Michael Tabb, he did a great job. Couldn't do anything but just knock it away, but he lunged and tipped it away.
Now on third down, Anthony Evans checks in a receiver. He'll be on the short side of the field, split left. In the slot left, the tight end Oscar Dell. 2 receivers out wide right, and the running back is Trevor Etienne. Offset to the right side of Carson Beck on third down from the left hash. At the Georgia 28, Beck with the snap and looks to throw on third down. Sets it up deep, down the right sideline. That pass incomplete. It was intended up the right sideline for Dylan Bell. Gavin Holmes staying step for step with him, and the Longhorns force a 3 and out.
Nice job by Holmes. Didn't get his head turned around, but no contact there, and Longhorns get that 3 and out. Simmons and Beck with some words at the end of that play. Colin was in the backfield again.
So now Georgia will have to punt. Once more, the kick to come from Brett Forson. Silas Bolden standing back inside the Texas 25-yard line. Well, it's look as though they're going to try to put a heavy rush on Forson, but he does have the snap, and the kick is away. And Holden backpedaling, fields it at the 20 and slung down behind that. Excellent downfield pursuit by Arian Smith. It was a 51-yard punt and -4 on the return. The Longhorns will have the ball with 3 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in the half. We'll start from their own 19-yard line. This drive coming up with Texas leading Georgia 6-3.
And again, first down, especially in this time of the first half. You want to, at worst, just eat some clock here, but got to get some positive yardage on first down.
It's 1st and 10 from the Texas 19. Matthew Golden on the short side of the field, split right. DeAndre Moore's in a slot on that short side of the right. They line up in the pistol, do the Horns, with Travion Wiseman directly behind the quarterback, Quinn Ewers. Quinn looked to the sideline, now perhaps changing the play call. Georgia shifts defensively, and Ewers with the snap turns and hands it to Weisner, tries to pick his way through traffic, and is only able to gain a yard to the 20. Georgia on him. C.J. Allen makes the stop. Each team with all 3 timeouts remaining here in this first half. And it is 2nd down and 9 from the Texas 20-yard line. Ryan Wingo will shift wide left. Short side of the field split to the right are Matthew Golden and DeAndre Moore. Tight end Gunnar Helm now shifts in motion and lines up tight right. On 2nd down and 9, play action. Quick pass out front to Golden. Behind the block, moves it to the 25. He got a block from DeAndre Moore. Ronell Aguero on the tackle. It's a pickup of 5 yards, and now it's 3rd and 4 for Texas at the Longhorn 25-yard line.
We know Matthew Golden's got some big hands. We've seen him on display, but he kind of flashed that ball out there, holding with his left hand. Be careful there.
3rd down and 4 for Texas at the Longhorn 25-yard line. Weisner offset to the left side of Quinn Ewers, and they'll have a compressed formation. Several near the scrimmage area. Shotgun snap, back to throw. Ewers over the middle, caught by Moore, and he has the first down across the 30 and up to the 32-yard line. DeAndre, a good lean forward. He twisted forward and picked up 7 yards.
Now Georgia bringing pressure there, and one Bulldog went unblocked, but Ewers able to deliver it.
Looks like the Longhorns will let the clock run down to the 2-minute time out. So 2 minutes remaining in the first half here in the SEC Championship game in Atlanta. The score is Texas 6 and Georgia 3. We'll continue from Mercedes-Benz Stadium after these local messages on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
Put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always sing with me. So put your phone on D&D, that means that do not disturb when you're driving. And when you're going from point A to B, I need you to stay safe, please, so always remember this beat.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Babes, what are you doing?
What? I'm just mowing the lawn.
No, it's blazing hot and dry out here. Don't you remember? Smokey Bear says.
Avoid using power equipment when it's windy or dry.
Where'd you learn this?
Oh, it's on
SmokeyBear.com with many other wildfire prevention tips.
Right. Thanks, Honey Bear.
Because remember, only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Two minutes remaining in the first half. Texas leads Georgia 6-3. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield. Big first down picked up on that catch and that twist forward by DeAndre Moore. Longhorns have it 1st and 10. From their own 32-yard line, we go down to the sidelines to check in with Will Matthews.
Last week in post-game, we sat and talked with Michael Taft. During that interview, Quinn Ewers walks in and sits down, and we begin to talk to them both. What was interesting about that interview was how much Taft exhorted Quinn, talking about how he has the locker room, how they trust him, and how the offense is they trust the offense. The defense is holding up the offense, and the offense is holding up the defense because Quinn is our QB1. I love seeing that when the guys come together. Great relationships on this team.
Well, now Longhorns try to congeal all of that into a late first half drive. And the Longhorns have, by and large, dominated the first half statistically. 247 yards of offense for the Longhorns to 57 for Georgia, 217 through the air, but only 30 rushing yards in the first half. And they had a couple of big gainers, but remember, the sack yardage has to be factored in and the negative plays.
Yeah, and some penalties of stalled drives as well. And you think about Quinn Ewers, you mentioned the yardage, 217 yards, and he's done it on just his passing percentage, rather, is 15 to 23. He had 211 in the first game, and he did it on 25 completion, so he's able to get the ball downfield. Big first down there. See if they can make something happen here. Still deep in their own territory with 2 minutes to go.
Isaiah Bond is out wide left for Texas. DeAndre Moore on the short side of the field, a split right, in a slot on that short side to the right is Matthew Golden. In the backfield for Texas is Quintravian Weisner. He's offset to the left side of Quinn Ewers. Ball is on the right hash mark of the Texas 32-yard line. First down and 10, 2 minutes remaining in the half. Ewers out of the gun, has the snap, turns and play action, looking to throw, sets up, dumps a screen to Gunnar Helm, the tight end, 35, Gunnar to the 40, and he's got a first down. Up to the 43, maybe the 44-yard line. Gunnar, a nice catch on that tight end screen and takes it upfield, and they'll put the football down at the 43-yard line. They've stopped the clock to move the chains, and now they'll put it back in motion.
Cam Williams had to come out of the ball game.
So he has come out, and Brandon Baker, 315-pound freshman from Ontario, California, goes in at right tackle now. Now the clock put back in motion. 1st and 10 from the Texas 43. Ewers Out of the gun with the snap, turns, delay, handoff, Weisner, and he stumbles and loses yardage. He was trying to find a cutback lane and just stumbled and fell. And that loses 2 yards. Cam Williams back on the field for Texas now, but it's going to bring up 2nd and 12 as the clock rolls with 1:22 and counting remaining in the half. Back to the Texas 41, 2nd down and 12. Bond on the short side of the field, split left. Everybody else compressed tight to the formation. Now DeAndre Moore goes in motion left. Ewers from the gun, has the snap, back to throw. Looking, pressure coming, steps up. Quinn is going to take off and run. A flag goes down, and Quinn goes down at the 46-yard line. This could be the 4th holding penalty of the first half against Texas. Here's the call. Well, the initial indication was holding by Marlowe, the referee, and now he'll give us the full explanation.
Holding, offense number 56, 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
That's on Cam Williams. So out of these penalties in the first half, which now total 6 for 60 yards, 4 have been for holding. The ball was at the 31-yard line.
Yeah, they kept Gunnar Helm in, and he helped on Jalen Walker. That allowed Quinn Ewers to get some room to run, but then Williams from behind gets whistled.
So ball is now back at 2nd and 22, and the ball is back at the Texas 31-yard line. 58 seconds remaining in the half. Ewers out of the gun. Quinn with the snap, play action, and looks to throw. Sets up, pressure coming in now, swings out the right side to Helm, and he dropped it. Gunnar was trying to look upfield. There was a defender coming in. Malachi Starks was closing on him. I think Gunnar heard him, might have seen him, and just didn't hold it and dropped it.
Yeah, and he gets away from Walker, and the bad part about that, not only the drop, but it stops the clock. You got a 3rd and long and 51 seconds to go.
So the ball is at the 31-yard line on 3rd down and 22. Ewers out of the shotgun, turns and hands it off. Weisner turns outside 35 to the 40, but the Longhorns are going to have to punt. And now Georgia will use a timeout. Gain of 4. C.J. Allen made the stop, and Georgia calls its first timeout with 43 seconds remaining in the half. So we're going to see Michael Kern on to punt for the first time today. Kern, the 195-pound freshman out of St. Thomas Aquinas in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, has averaged 41 yards per kick. Of course, the Longhorns gave up a block punt, their first of the season, last week at College Station, but Texas was able to stand tall defensively and had the outstanding goal line stand to deny the Aggies. And that pretty much put things on the shelf for the Longhorns. I'm sure that Jeff Banks has had his guys working hard to make sure they're buttoned up now in punt protection as Kern will step to punt, standing back at the Texas 21-yard line. And Anthony Evans III, the former Converse Judson Rocket from the San Antonio area, back deep to receive it for Georgia, standing at the Bulldog 25. Snap goes back to Kern. Kick is away, very, very high, not especially deep, and a fair catch called for made at the 26-yard line by Harris. It did go 39 yards, but no return, and now Georgia will have it on its own 26-yard line with 39 seconds remaining in the half. Bulldogs have 2 timeouts remaining, and remember, Georgia will get the football to start the second half.
Tough way to make a living on offense. They've had 3 plays in this first half with they've needed 20 or more yards for a first down. That just really puts a lot of stress on things.
At the Georgia 26, on the short side of the field, split to the right is Arian Smith. Trevor Etienne is the running back. He's offset to the left side. Now the quarterback, Carson Beck, with 2 receivers out wide left. Now 2 on the short side, split right. From the right hash on first down, the snap back to Beck, looks in the middle, swings it out to Etienne with a catch. 25, turns it upfield 30, and steps out of bounds. He did not pick up the first down. He's out of bounds at the 32-yard line. But it is a gain out to the 32 of 6 yards. Second down and 4, 32 seconds remaining in the half. Ball on the left hash. 3 receivers out wide right for the Dogs. 1 on the short side of the field, split left. Etienne remains the running back, offset to the left side of Carson Beck. Beck with the snap on second down. Steps up in the pocket, throws deep, downfield, and that pass is incomplete. Bounced in and out of the hands of Arian Smith. Good coverage by Gavin Holmes on the play, and it's now 3rd down.
Yeah, 2 very similar plays on consecutive drives by Gavin Holmes down that far sideline. Baron Sorrell was coming in, almost got a hand on Beck as he was throwing the ball.
Ethan Burke checks back in on the defensive front. He's on one end, Trey Moore on the opposite end. Alfred Collins in the middle of the defensive front for Texas on 3rd down. Ball on the left hash of the Georgia 32. Shotgun snap, quick swing pass, goes outside, and the Longhorns miss a tackle. It'll be a first down. Well, Jahdae Barron had his hands on Trevor Etienne, but he couldn't get turned enough to wrap him up. It goes for 7 yards and a first down, or 6 yards out to the 38-yard line. Clock is stopped with 19 seconds remaining in the half.
Anthony Hill had him in open field, but that's a tough ask for Anthony Hill on Etienne.
First down and 10. The ball with the Georgia 38. 19 seconds remaining in the half. 2 receivers wide left for the Bulldogs. 1 on the short side of the field, split right. Carson Beck out of the shotgun. Blitz look for Texas, maybe a free play. Back to throw. Pumps, flag down, deep pass, downfield, picked off by Andrew Makuba. And another flag has come down. Makuba still on his feet. What this does do is run clock time down to 8 seconds. But there was a flag downfield after the interception, I believe. So they've got to sort that out. The first penalty is definitely offsides against the Longhorns. The second one, I don't know. It happened, I think, post-turn of possession. But we'll see. And there are 8 seconds remaining in the half. Here's the call.
There are 2 fouls on the play. Offside. Defense number 11 is declined. Pass interference number 9 defense is accepted. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Well, I'd like to see a replay because if it was pass interference, then it's pass interference. But the flag was thrown incredibly late for that. It looked like the ball had already been intercepted and the run back started. Yeah, it's definitely pass interference. And that's why the interception happened. It's just it took the official a while to throw the flag.
Now they're going to have a chance to get in the field goal range here if they aren't already. 55 is Woodring's long this year.
This would be in excess of 60 if they kicked it now, but the Longhorns try to keep it in front of them with 8 seconds remaining in the half. The ball is at the Longhorn 47-yard line, and now Sark wants a timeout to make sure the defense has everything. It's going back to that pass interference. Gavin Holmes kind of turned his back and he kind of fell into the target, and when he did, that brought the flag. It's just the flag was thrown awful late. It was after Makuba picked it off, but it was a legitimate defensive pass interference call.
Texas had 8 penalties for 41 yards in the first meeting. They're already up to 7 for 75, and remember, they've had more than that, but they've had some offsetting penalties. At the very end of that play, which I think everybody was concentrating on everything else, Ernest Green, offensive lineman for Georgia, just blasted Makuba. Looked like Andrew had at least had 1 foot out of bounds, but I don't know if anybody was looking at that point.
Yeah, I think they were all looking back upfield. So now the ball is at the Texas 47-yard line with 8 seconds remaining in the half. Again, what Makuba's interception did do was to run 11 seconds completing on that play. That entire play took 11 seconds. It went from 19 seconds to 8. So Georgia has time for probably just 1 play, but they may try to get some yards in the center of the field and then set it up for a Woodring field goal. So the ball is at the Longhorn 47-yard line. First down and 10. Beck out of the shotgun. Has the snap. Is back to throw. Steps up. Sends it over the middle. Intercepted. It's picked off at the 40-45. And it is Anthony Hill who got it. It's 1 second left on the clock. And there's another flag down. My goodness.
It's on Texas.
Offside. Defense number 11. Who's on the snap. A 5-yard penalty. We play first down.
All right, well, offsides penalty called on Colin Simmons.
Well, that makes it about a 59-yard field goal.
Yeah, and I don't think Georgia is going to go for that.
Nope.
They're going to try for one play to try to get it into the end zone here. The ball is at the Texas 42-yard line. There's 1 second remaining in the half, and Kirby Smart will call a timeout.
Kind of surprised. Indoors, they might not give Woodring a chance here.
His longest is 55. He's 3 out of 5 on field goals of 50 or beyond. He's 3 for 5 out of that.
He was over there warming up, but I think that was maybe hopeful.
You might have heard Longhorn fans a moment ago booing. That was because on the big overhead ring scoreboard they had a tight shot of Uga, the Georgia mascot, in his crate. And of course, much was made out of the fact that Bevo 15 was unable to be here, as the SEC said there wasn't room for him down on the field. And so that made a lot of Longhorn fans unhappy.
It is tight down there.
It is. Looking at it, it might be a little bit difficult. All right, here we go from the 42-yard line. And Beck out of the shotgun. Longhorns have 3 defenders back at the goal line. Final play of the half, barring another penalty. Shotgun snap back to Beck. Steps up in the pocket. Scrambles, looks, hit. Now it's a ball loose. It's picked up, and the Longhorns, can they pick it up and go? The 35 to the 30. It's Anthony Hill. 25 to the 20. And then laterals it back. Inside the 20, Baron Sorrell threw it to a Georgia Bulldog. And the Longhorns will make the tackle in the half. You got to take a chance. It's going to be the final play of the half. And Carson Beck, I think, is down on the field.
Yeah, he's down at midfield. What a bizarre ending to this half.
Well, it was picked up. Sorrell couldn't handle it initially. Anthony Hill picked it up, and then he looked to backward pass it to Sorrell, who got it, and then he tossed it, and it was then picked off after Sorrell tossed it back. And that was picked up by Dylan Fairchild, the left guard. And then he went down, and that closed out the first half. Carson Beck is up. And that's going to bring in the first half. Will Matthews, what a bizarre ending to the half.
What a bizarre ending. So I'm standing right here in front of it, and it looked like a rugby scrum. Guys are just throwing the ball back. Anthony Hill, it looked like there wasn't a lot of chance for him to get to the end zone, so he made a toss to Sorrell, and Sorrell went ahead and threw it back to Georgia. Whatever happens, whatever you need to do to win tonight, I think the guys are like focusing on that.
Yeah, that winds up being, when folks look at the final turnover margin, they'll see the thing there, but that's the most inconsequential turnover you can have, because they have to get it into the end zone because the clock has expired on the half. So you completely understand why both Anthony Hill and Baron Sorrell were trying to give it up to a teammate to keep the play alive, to get it into the end zone. Didn't turn out that way, and the first half is done. And Carson Beck, by the way, on the 4, Trey Moore is the one who hit him, and he hit him pretty hard in the arm as he was winding up, but the arm not moving forward. It was definitely a fumble, and you wonder about Carson Beck as he laid on the ground or on the turf for a bit. He eventually got up and went to the locker room. We'll see if that impacts his availability for the second half. We've come to the end of the first half here in Atlanta, the SEC championship game with the score of the Texas Longhorns 6 and the Georgia Bulldogs 3. Coming up, Mike Coulter in our Longhorn Radio Network studios with a look at the other championship weekend activity and more when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Rooted in orange, Texas Disposal Systems is proud to have been doing business in Austin since 1977. As the preferred sustainability services provider of Texas athletics, Texas Disposal Systems provides recycling, solid waste, and composting services for Texas athletics games as well as the Central Texas area and beyond. TDS's commitment to environmental sustainability fuels its desire to partner with others for a more sustainable future. Visit TexasDisposal.com to learn more. Texas Disposal Systems, noticeably different, noticeably better.
Cheers to a great day and this ice-cold Corona.
You know what would make this day even better? My grandma's carne asada.
Or your grandma here with us, making carne asada.
She does love a cold Corona.
Throw in some dancing.
Oh, we can watch the game.
I'll drink to that.
So a backyard concert with football, food, dancing, and Corona?
And your grandma.
Or we could keep it simple.
Simple is good. Want a Corona?
Thanks.
Salud to the perfect day.
Corona, la vida más fina. Get your Corona at ordercorona.com. Relax responsibly. Corona Extra Beer, imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
As Texans, we have many reasons to be proud of the Lone Star State. Showing our pride by saying, don't mess with Texas, means we gotta step up, walk the walk, do our part to keep Texas clean. Because after all these years, all the roads we travel, and all of our traditions, for all us Texans, don't mess with Texas means don't litter. Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
You can actually do well by doing good. I'm Jim Springfield, president of Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Texas is an independently spirited state. That gives Blue Cross the ability to provide unique services for the unique needs of Texans. I think letting that feed into the products and services we offer, it's culturally appropriate. You can have the assurance that we're going to continue to be progressive when it comes to meeting Texans' health needs.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
It's halftime on the Longhorn Radio Network. Now let's head to the Learfield Network studios.
Mike Coulter back with you as Texas seemingly dominated that first half statistically. 12 first downs to Georgia's 5. A 260-54 edge in total yards, but that's not currently reflected on the scoreboard where it matters most. Longhorns in front 6-3 at the break. Coming up on the halftime report, I'll take a closer look back at the opening 30 minutes of play, get you up to date on scores from other conference championship games and college basketball action. Another busy Saturday on the hardwood. Craig's got all your first half numbers after that. It's halftime of the SEC Championship, and Texas leads Georgia 6-3 on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
Ma, is this how you feed a hamster?
I think so.
Is my homework right?
I think so.
Is this milk still good?
I think so.
When it comes to parenting, sometimes it's okay to think you know. But when it's something as important as your child's car seat, don't just think. Know. Double check if your child is in the right seat for their age and size. It'll help protect them in a car crash. Don't just think. Know by visiting nhtsa.gov/the right seat. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey, so what's a great way to spread awareness that driving high is illegal everywhere? A catchy song, of course.
You can run, but you can't drive high. You can run, but you can't drive high.
Friendly reminder, don't drive high. If you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
when the storm rolls in, my time to find a pet-friendly evacuation center will have run out.
The scorching heat wave will leave me powerless to cool my insulin.
I'll face a hurricane without meds. Now that's a tough pill to swallow.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Our halftime coverage continues. Texas in front of Georgia in the SEC Championship game, 6-3. Mike Coulter again with you from the Learfield Network studios. Taking a look back at that first half of play, Georgia won the opening coin toss, deferred to the second half, so Texas got the football to start the game. A short kick return from Matthew Golden set the Longhorns up at their own 11-yard line. They had some nice pass completions on their opening drive. Ewers found DeAndre Moore for 22 up to the 39. He hooked up with Matthew Golden for 19 more to get it to the Georgia 42. However, later in the drive on 3rd and 9, Ewers had a pass tipped by his intended target as he turned around, and it was intercepted by Georgia's Dalen Everett at the Bulldogs' 33-yard line, and Georgia would take over. They were stopped, however, however, on 3rd down and 1 on their first set of downs. Texas there defensively, they intentionally took a delay of game after trying to draw the Longhorns off sides, went 3 and out, and would punt it away. Then Texas to work at their own 13-yard line after 2 runs got them nothing. On 3rd and long, Ewers hooked up with Matthew Golden for a great 49-yard completion. He found Isaiah Bond a few plays later for 22 more down to the Georgia 21-yard line. However, a pass interference on Bond a little bit later than that on a pass intended for Gunnar Helm cost the Longhorns 15. And then on 3rd down and 27, Trey Weisner was able to gain 15 on a run, setting up this field goal attempt from 41 yards out from Bert Auburn.
A 41-yard try, pretty much in the center of the field. Good snap and hold. Auburn's kick is on the way, and Bert's field goal is good to give Texas the first points of the SEC championship.
9 plays, 64 yards, 4:10 off the clock. Texas 3-0. Georgia would get a pass interference called on Texas on their second drive of the game, but did nothing beyond that and would punt it back. Then Texas again to work from their own 20. Weisner with runs of 5 and 10 yards to get a first down. Ewers was sacked by Chaz Chambliss. And then on 3rd down and 14, Ewers with a great pass as he rolled out to his right, found Matthew Golden for 32 yards down to the Bulldogs' 37-yard line. And great catch by Golden over the outstretched arms of the defender. Good throw by Ewers as well on the run. That ended the first quarter with Texas in front 3-0, but driving. 4th down and 1 later on that drive at the Georgia 28-yard line. Nice play design as it looked like Texas was lining up for the QB sneak. They snapped it through the legs of the quarterback directly to running back Jaden Blue, was able to scamper off right tackle for the first down. A holding call, though, later in the drive, followed by a sack of Quinn Ewers, and then a tackle for loss made it 3rd down and 26. Ewers found DeAndre Moore for 17 more, and again, Bert Auburn lined up to try to get 3.
Now we'll try to get a 42-yarder from Auburn. Out of the hold of the punter, Michael Kern. And the snap from Lance St. Louis. Good snap and hold. The kick is on the way. The 42-yard field goal by Bert Auburn is good. And that'll extend the Texas lead with 10 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the first half here in the SEC Championship game in Atlanta. It's Texas 6 and Georgia nothing.
14 plays, 56 yards, 7:24 off the clock on that march. Georgia with their best drive of the first half. After that, on 2nd down and 3, Carson Beck hooked up with Ben Urasek for 19 yards. Trevor Etienne gained 8, and then Beck to Oscar Delp for 10 more. Nate Frazier with a 5-yard carry, but back-to-back incompletion set up Peyton Woodring a 44-yard field goal. He knocked it through, capping an 8-play, 49-yard drive, 3:50 off the clock. Texas 6, Georgia 3. Texas then from their own 25, Ewers back-to-back completions to Silas Bolden, the first for 20, a late hit out of bounds, added 15 more, and then Bolden again for 16 more, and Texas quickly threatening at the Georgia 24. However, a 5-yard run by Weisner, back-to-back incompletions, the second of which was almost intercepted, and Bert Auburn missed from 42 yards out, and a 56-yard drive was all for naught. Texas still up only 3 at 6-3. Georgia would go 3 and out on their ensuing possession and would punt it back to the Longhorns. Texas then a little bit of action. Ewers found Golden for 5, Moore for 7 for a first down, Helm for 11 more for another first down, but then a holding call would stall the drive, and Texas would punt it back to Georgia. Not a whole lot of time left for the Bulldogs. Their Hail Mary attempt near midfield. Beck was sacked from behind, stripped of the football in his throwing motion. Texas with a nice fumble return all the way down to the 20-yard line. A couple laterals later before Georgia was able to steal the ball on the third lateral attempt, and thus in the half, Beck injured on the play. We'll see what his status is at the start of the second half. He did get to his feet and leave the field on his own accord. It's Texas 6, Georgia 3. I'll get you updated on scores after this timeout. Texas in front again by a field goal, 6-3, as Texas Longhorn football continues in a moment.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
It takes hard
work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Texas Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Enjoy the ultimate barbecue experience this holiday season with a Texas Monthly Barbecue Club membership. Members get exclusive benefits all year round, including special perks at the TM Barbecue Fest, exclusive online content, 12 issues of the Texas Monthly Digital Edition, a fan-favorite barbecue freak hat, and much more. For a limited time, enjoy a $10 discount on your membership. Don't miss out, treat yourself, or give the gift that keeps on giving this holiday season. Visit TexasMonthly.com/holiday promo to learn more.
At St. David's Healthcare, we talk a lot about being the best. It's not just talk. We show it through innovation, hard work, heart, and of course, victories. St. David's Healthcare is proud to be an official healthcare provider of Texas Athletics. And as UT Athletic Director Chris Del Conte would say,
the best is here, and together we are changing the world. Hook 'em.
Our halftime coverage continues. Texas in front of Georgia at halftime, 6-3 in the SEC championship game. Before we take a look at this WinStar World Resort Studio report, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification as you're listening to Texas Longhorns football from Learfield. Two conference championship games today have gone final in the Big 12. Number 15, Arizona State, big over number 16, Iowa State, 45-19. Sun Devils win the Dr. Pepper Big 12 championship. In the MAC, Ohio, a big winner over Miami of Ohio, 38-3. 3 games on tap later tonight. That's the Sun Belt Conference Championship at 6:30 between Marshall and Louisiana. At 7 p.m., top-ranked Oregon takes on third-ranked Penn State in the Big 10 championship. And at 7 as well in the ACC from Charlotte, it'll be number 8 SMU doing battle with number 17 Clemson. Again at halftime, Texas in front of Georgia, 6-3. Our halftime coverage continues with the first half stats after this timeout on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
This is your captain. We are going to be experiencing some slight turbulence. Please fasten your... Oh, hold on. Just got a video of my cat.
Imagine the pilot of an airplane was as confident as you are texting and driving. Seems kind of crazy when you put it like that.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment.
Heather and I had an argument just like any other couple. I was lost. I had snapped. I had a gun and I was going to take my own life. Heather helped me realize that there was still a life to live for the better of myself, my family. My weapon is now safely put away.
A moment of crisis can happen to anyone. Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
Let's ask their parents a lot of questions.
Why can't people fly?
Gravity.
Is the moon really made of cheese?
Yep, cream cheese.
When can I move into a big kid's car seat?
For some questions, parents may not have the answer, but that's okay. They can't know everything, but knowing the right seat for their age and size will help protect them in a car crash. Find out more at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Where do babies come from?
Good luck, Dad. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Halftime here at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, where the Texas Longhorns lead the Georgia Bulldogs in the SEC championship game 6-3. Now, the score would seem to indicate that it's largely a defensive struggle, and to a certain extent that's true, but the Longhorns have hurt themselves with penalties that have short-circuited drives. They've been really good between the 30s and then struggled after that, as evidenced by the stats. The Longhorns had 260 yards of offense in the first half to 54 for Georgia, 228 through the air for Texas to 56 for the Bulldogs. Both sides having difficulty running the football. Longhorns just 32 rushing yards in the first half, -2 rushing yards for Georgia. Penalties, that's been a real bugaboo for Texas. 8 penalties for 80 yards in the first half for Texas, 2 for 19 for Georgia. Otherwise, Longhorns have dominated. First downs, 13-5. They're 4 of 10 on third down. Georgia, 1 for 5. Longhorns converted their 1 fourth down situation. They've run twice as many plays as Georgia. 42 plays run for Texas, 21 for Georgia. The Horns averaging 6.2 yards per play to 2.6 for the Bulldogs. 14.3 per pass completed for Texas to 8 yards for Georgia. The Longhorns have had 1 sack, but Georgia's had 3, and 8 tackles for losses for the Bulldogs. Also have stunted some Longhorn drives. By the time of possession, a 2-1 edge. Over 20 minutes for Texas and just shy of 10 minutes for Georgia. Individually for the Bulldogs, their leading rusher, if you will, is Nate Frazier. 1 carry, 5 yards. Trevor Etienne is 4 for 4 yards, and also 1 for 4 yards from Cash Jones. Through the air, Carson Beck, 7 of 13 for 56 yards. And leading pass catcher for the Bulldogs, well, Trevor Etienne has the most receptions, 3 for 18, but his longest catch has been 6 yards. Ben Yurosek, the tight end, 2 for 21 yards. And Oscar Delpa's 1 for 10. For the Longhorns, Quintravian Weisner is the leading rusher for them, 12 carries for 41 yards. And then Jaden Blue, 2 for 2. Quinn Ewers through the air, 16 of 25, 228 yards. Does have 1 interception on that pass that was juggled and went off the hands of Isaiah Bond. In the receiving department, Matthew Golden, easily the leading pass catcher, 5 catches for 112 yards in the first half. 4 for 50 for DeAndre Moore. Silas Bowman with 2 for 36, 1 for Isaiah Bond for 22 yards. So at the half, Texas is in front, but only by 3 points as the penalties have hurt. And when you talk about the turnovers, technically, Texas has 2 turnovers, but realistically only 1. That was the early interception that off the Ewers pass and went off the hands of Isaiah Bond. The other was that fumble when the Longhorns in Georgia were trying to make something happen on the final play of the half. It was a forced fumble for Texas, and so that was Georgia's only turnover of the first half. And as Anthony Hill brought it down the field and was about to be tackled, he flipped it to Barron Sorrell, who then tried to, as they say, lateral the ball or backward pass the ball, and it went into the hands of Dylan Fairchild, the Georgia guard. So technically that's a turnover against Texas after Georgia had 1, and that was pretty much offsetting the way the first half came to its conclusion. So it's 6-3 Texas. Georgia will get the football when the second half begins. Coming up, Longhorn football from the SEC Championship game in Atlanta continues in a moment.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024, Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Need equipment for your next job? Don't settle for the traditional rental experience. With Equipment Share, your rental arrives on time and in top condition, ready to work. From dozers to skid loaders, mini excavators, and even generators, Equipment Share has you covered. Easily reserve your gear, track your machine's performance, and manage everything through our mobile app. With Equipment Share's T3 technology, you'll get control, visibility, and peace of mind. Visit EquipmentShare.com or call 1-888-80-RENTS. Equipment Share. Rental done right.
Every Texas tailgate has food, but when you bring Hellman's to your tailgate, the buffalo chicken dip makes the Longhorns drool. That pimento cheese dip isn't just tasty, it's legendary. And the burgers? Those are the tailgate MVPs. With a squeeze of creamy, delicious Hellman's, every bite is a taste touchdown. Hellman's, official mayonnaise of Texas Athletics.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Texas. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of Texas and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Texas.
We get ready to start the second half with Texas leading Georgia by a score of 6-3. Greg Way and Roger Wallace with you upstairs in the broadcast booth. Will Matthews down on the sidelines. Will, we've been watching Gunnar Stockton, the backup quarterback for Georgia, go through warm-ups. It looks like he may start this second half when Carson Beck was injured on that final play of the first half.
Yeah, well, that final play of the first half, I got a couple of text messages from people who are very interested to know if Carson Beck would start in the second half. It seems as if he is not out at the moment, and as well, you've seen a little bit of a limp with number 3, Quinn Ewers on the Texas side. Hopefully, both of those are well, and Quinn is better to play.
Yeah, Carson Beck is on the sideline, and he does not have a helmet, and he was not doing anything with his right hand. Teammates were coming and dapping him up, but everything was with the left hand. And Stockton warming up, a guy that's played in limited action, thrown 16 passes, getting a lot of instruction during warm-up. So it appears that it will be Gunnar Stockton, the redshirt sophomore from Georgia.
Well, Longhorns were able to keep the Georgia offense in check throughout the course of that first half. So now we'll see if they can continue it. The Longhorn offense try to find its footing here in half number 2. Winner of the game will lay claim to the SEC championship. And like we said, the feeling is pretty strong that both teams will be in the college football playoff. However, I would add this, Roger. If the Longhorns lose, I probably don't see them falling any further than 5th or 6th or 7th maybe in the playoff, which would mean they'd still host a playoff game. If Georgia loses, they may well drop out of that 8th slot and have to go on the road for the first round.
What if Carson Beck is significantly hurt?
Yeah.
Tell Florida State about that.
Yeah, I started to say they'll remind you of that, right?
First thing the Longhorns want to do is turn that into an issue and hang on and win this ball game.
So Texas will kick it off. Will Stone the kickoff for Texas. Trevor Etienne is back deep to receive it for the Georgia Bulldogs. And the Longhorns trying to make it back-to-back conference championships in their final season in the Big 12, winning. And now trying to do it in their first season in the SEC. Will Stone is ready. And here we go with half number 2. Stone's kick is going to go into the end zone. Boy, it was veering toward the side, but it did go through the end zone for a touchback. So Georgia will start from its own 25-yard line. We'll see how that goes.
Stockton coming out there, so.
Gunnar Stockton is a 6'1", 215-pound sophomore from Tiger, Georgia. He's completed 13 of 16 passes for 135 yards. No touchdowns, no interceptions. Has carried it 3 times for 2 yards. So Gunnar Stockton, the sophomore, will come in at quarterback now in place of the injured Carson Beck.
All those passes against Tennessee Tech and UMass.
Ball is on the left hash of the 25-yard line. Trevor Etienne is the running back for Georgia on 1st down and 10. And it'll be a swing pass out to Etienne. The catch picked up a big block for the 30, and then Andrew Makuba forced him out of bounds, but that's an 8-yard gain out to the 33-yard line on 1st down.
Yeah, they give him a safe pass and let Etienne get out in some space.
2nd down and 2. Etienne can turn it upfield once he gets that little bit of space, and did, and a good block helped pave the way for that. Now, they're going to line up with Etienne behind the quarterback. Stockton will take the snap from under center and off a fake. He goes the other way and has to throw the ball away because Trey Moore was bearing down on Gunnar Stockton. They were trying a little rollout to take some pressure off of him, but Moore wasn't biting on the fake.
Well, the tendency when they line up under center, they like some sort of play action and throw the ball. That time they faked the pitch out to ETN, and like you said, Trey Moore stayed home.
3rd down and 2 for Georgia from the Bulldog 33-yard line. The Bulldogs will shift 3 receivers out wide left. ETN offset to the right side of the quarterback, Gunnar Stockton, the backup to the injured Carson Beck. On 3rd down and 2, Stockton, a long count, ball is on the right hash mark of the Georgia 33. Stockton now back in the gun, has the snap, back to throw, still looking, fires over the middle, got a man caught. 45, 1st down, midfield, and that is Marion Smith, who caught it across the middle, 18 yards and a 1st down. Ball is at the Texas 49-yard line. 1st and 10, and Georgia moving quickly now. Stockton from the gun has the snap, turns and hands it to Trevor Etienne, and he pounds forward for a couple to the 47-yard line. Vernon Broughton on the tackle for Texas.
Texas opted not to bring pressure on Stockton, so he had time, and Smith found a soft spot.
Fresh 4 check in along the defensive front for Texas. Ethan Burke, Jermaine Lole, Bill Norton, and Colin Simmons. 2nd down and 8 for the Bulldogs at the Longhorn 47-yard line. Early moments, 3rd quarter, with Texas leading 6-3. Nate Frazier, the running back for the Dogs now, offset to the right side of the quarterback, Gunnar Stockton. Stockton out of the gun, has the snap, turns, hands it to Frazier, bounces outside, turns it upfield, and not quite enough for the 1st down, but he had a good push. Anthony Hill wrapped him up, and that's at the 41-yard line, and it's 3rd down and 2 for Georgia. And the ball just barely inside that 41, so they need just a little less than 2 yards for the 1st down. Again, the Longhorns change out personnel along the defensive front and at linebacker, with Leonga Lafau checking out. David Benda in for Texas. 3rd down and a short 2 needed for Georgia. The ball just inside the Texas 41. The lineup in the pistol now with Frazier directly behind Stockton. He has the snap, turns, and looks to throw. And under pressure, but he escaped Bill Norton. Takes off running, and he's got the 1st down. Oh, it looked like the Longhorns were going to have him, and he got away and picked up 4 yards. 1st down and 10 for Georgia. Looked like he had him. From where they'll mark it, they're going to mark it at the 37-yard line. That's where I'll have it. So 1st and 10 for Georgia, the Texas 37-yard line. Ball is on the right hash. Early moments, 3rd quarter. Off on the right side is Frazier. Off the right hash on 1st down. Fake, a throw out. Ball caught in the seam inside the 35 and down to the 33-yard line is Dominic Lovett. Wrapped up by Jade Barron. It's a 4-yard pickup.
Well, they're giving Stockton, again, another pretty safe throw. He made the nice throw to Arian Smith on 3rd down, but he's gaining some confidence, and one of Georgia's best drives of the night.
They've largely stayed away from Jade Barron. Now 2nd down and 6, the ball at the Texas 33. The lineup in the pistol, ETN back in there now. And on 2nd down, Stockton looking to throw, rolls right, pressure coming, throws on the run, and it's a catch inside the 20. Down at the 18-yard line by Lawson Luck. He's able to drag the foot in. A 15-yard gain and a 1st down. Reached up, and boy, he just barely got the foot down, but he did.
Yeah, I think they're going to take a look.
It looks pretty clean, though.
Completed catch. The previous play is under further review.
Georgia was going fast just to see if they could avoid that, but
in looking at it, it looked like he just did get the foot inbounds, and that should be enough for Lawson Lucky.
This review will be quicker than the time that takes him to run down to the other 15-yard line.
Yeah. It's at the Texas 18-yard line now. 1st down for Georgia. Opening drive, 3rd quarter with the backup quarterback, Gunnar Stockton, on for Carson Beck, who was banged up on that final play of the 1st half when he was hit by Trey Moore and fumbled. Yep, it's the confirmation of the call. And the ball just shy of the Texas 18. Georgia on the move now. Texas has not trailed in the game, but Georgia scored the last points on a field goal, and on the drive now, threatening to score now in the red zone. 1st and 10 at the Texas 18-yard line. Bulldogs will scrimmage from the right hash. Bill Norton remains out there in the middle of the defensive front along with Vernon Broughton, Trey Moore, and Baron Sorrell the ends. Manny Muhammad, Jahdae Barron are the corners. Michael Taft, Andrew McCougar the safeties. Back there for Texas. The Longhorns also go with David Bendett, linebacker, along with Anthony Hill. On 1st down for Georgia. Out of an empty set, Stockton with the snap looks. He's going to take off and run inside the 15. He broke a tackle and he's down to the 10. Well, David Bendett wrapped him up, but there was a missed tackle earlier. Really could have limited the gain. Instead, it's an 8-yard pickup.
Yeah, at first I thought it might be a design quarterback draw, but he just tucked it away.
And when he took off, he managed to pick up 8 yards now from the 10-yard line. 2nd down and 2, a handoff. Goes to Etienne outside to the 5 to the goal line. Touchdown, Georgia. Etienne just continued to bounce his way outside. Remember, Etienne in a big game in Austin, and he has given Georgia its first lead of the ballgame.
Well, what a shift here as Georgia comes out with their backup quarterback, and they drive at 75 yards, and he goes 3 for 4 along the way.
Well, Etienne got hit at about the 2-yard line by Makuba, but he drove Makuba and Jelani McDonald forward and into the end zone, had that forward momentum going. So for the conversion is Peyton Woodring, who's been a perfect 46 for 46 on extra points. Out of the hold, to see who the holder is because Beck is out injured. Low snap, but it's down, and that kick is good. And it was Thorson, the punter, doing the holding. So remember, Carson Beck normally does that. Well, Georgia takes the second half kickoff. They march at 75 yards in 10 plays, taking 4:33 off the clock. And now, we'll see what the Longhorns can do on offense. 10:27 to go, 3rd quarter here in the SEC Championship, and Georgia leads for the first time. It's the Bulldogs 10 and the Longhorns 6. Texas Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024, Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Back at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, SEC Championship game for the first time tonight. Georgia takes the lead, and they do it, led by their backup quarterback, Gunnar Stockton. Bulldogs go 75 yards. They do it in 10 plays, 4:33 off the clock. And once again, it is Trevor Etienne, who had 3 touchdowns against Texas in Austin, closing the drive with the touchdown run of 10 yards. So now Longhorns playing from behind with 10:27 to go here in this 3rd quarter. So Georgia obviously gets a huge boost from Stockton leading them on a drive when Carson Beck went into the locker room, the thoughts were not that positive from Georgia trailing and potentially losing their quarterback, and boom, they come out and grab the lead.
Will Matthews, let me ask you something. You played at a time when first, Major Applewhite and Chris Sims had their moments and alternated. Then, later, a young Vince Young and Chance Mock. What does it do to a team when the backup comes in and leads a drive like that to start the second half to the game's first touchdown?
Well, it's kind of an interesting thing because when a team's QB1 goes down or has to be set out, you have no idea what to expect. And when you're getting ready for a game, you are focused on one quarterback, knowing that most of the time that player should be playing But when you get the backup, when Stockton came in there, he's just playing backyard football. He's throwing the ball around. He's having fun. His legs are new and ready to go, and they haven't had a whole season. So Texas has got to change, and I've seen it many times. When the curveball comes in, you got to find a way to catch it, and if you don't, it's going to be a long night.
Georgia ready to kick it off. Peyton Woodring to kick off for the Bulldogs. Back deep to receiver Texas. Matthew Golden standing a couple yards deep in the end zone. Here's the kickoff, and that one is going to be a touchback. It'll drive out of the end zone. Well, Will, let me ask you this. What does it do? Let me flip it to the other side. What does it do for the Georgia offense to see this guy who's had very little action lead them in? And see right now, see the Georgia players trying to fire up the fans.
Well, now they have the ability to connect with the fans. What happens is the offense, when it gets that juice going and when they start scoring and moving the ball, the fans get in and then they become a problem. And now the defense throwing their hands up and the offense gets focused. And that's why you start to see Etienne moving the ball, the guys moving the ball on the ground, and Texas has got to find an answer quick.
Well, let's see how they respond. 1st and 10 from the Longhorn 25-yard line. Quinn Ewers with a snap, turns, and off play action, back to throw. Out to the left side. He's got Matthew Golden open with a catch and a first down. Out to the 37, 38-yard line, I believe, is where they'll mark this. So that'll go for 13 yards.
A lot of motion, a lot of movement, and then Juan Davis on that backside. A nice job in pass protection.
1st and 10 from the Texas 38. Ewers, the snap, turns, hands off Wisner, and he's just stacked up and driven back for a loss. Warren Brinson there. Well, it's the difference. What we're seeing than what we've seen in recent weeks for Texas is that offensive line is just getting pushed back by the Georgia defensive front like they did in the first meeting.
There we go again. A loss on the play. 9th tackle for loss for Georgia.
Loss of 3. It's 2nd down and 13. And on 2nd down, handoff Wisner, cutting left, in some trouble. He's going to go down. And it's another loss. Try to turn it upfield, but Georgia is too quick on the penetration. Jalen Walker and Michael Williams drop it for a loss of 2. We've seen Trey be able to turn out and then hesitate and then cut, but the hesitation isn't working against this Georgia defense. So now at the 33-yard line, it has become 3rd down and 15. And pressure back on the passing game. Ewers from the shotgun. Shifting amongst the Georgia defensive front. Trey and Wisner back. And off the shotgun snap, Ewers has to throw it away downfield. It's close to DeAndre Moore, but incomplete. And the Longhorns go 3 and out. Or they do pick up 1 first down, but they're going to have to punt it away.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers having a conversation with Steve Marlowe about a hit he took after throwing the ball. And,
oh, my goodness. Yeah, he did.
Hits.
He got hit by 2 Bulldogs. Smile Munden and Damon Wilson knocking him down.
We've seen calls for less.
So now, Michael Kern to punt it away for Texas. Anthony Evans back deep to receive it for Georgia. Longhorns shift. And now movement that's going to cost Texas 5. This is really hurting them. The Longhorns are claiming they were drawn into it. There was movement, encroachment. Both sides arguing, and the officials breaking it up. And we'll wait for the call from Steve Marlowe, the referee. He's still talking.
Well, they were shifting. Georgia clearly jumped. Question is, did Texas do more than just shift?
That's what the discussion's all about here. And here is Steve Marlowe, the referee.
False start. Kicking team, right guard. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
So now it becomes 4th down and 20.
Sark just, I can read his lips. We were shifting.
Yeah, he's still talking about it. Yep, that's what he did. We were shifting. He's talking about the shift. Now Longhorns have to punt. Kern with the snap. Kick is away. High, not deep at all. Across midfield, and a fair catch made at the 33-yard line by Evans. 39-yard punt and no return. So Georgia has the lead. They have the ball, and they, quite frankly, have the momentum right now. 8:53 remaining in the 3rd quarter of the SEC Championship. It is Georgia 10 and Texas 6. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Ho, welcome to the Make It Jingle with Kris Kringle podcast. Today we're talking to Jan from Toyota, all about Toyotathon.
Hi!
So, Jan, got any red Tacomas?
Yeah, we have a great selection of vehicles, including Tacomas.
After my big job, I'm taking the missus down to Florida to go surfing.
Did you say Florida? Can the elves and I go too?
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 6th. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Grilling is a year-round tradition in Texas, and H-E-B has everything you need to become the master of the grill. So get everything to satisfy your cravings, from H-E-B Prime 1 Dino Ribs and brisket steak burgers to traditional cuts like beef inside skirt steak, available in premium grades like H-E-B Wagyu and H-E-B Grass-Fed. Now you know. Come to H-E-B to fire up your grill to enjoy a delicious barbecue with friends and family. H-E-B. Here, everything's better.
Longhorn football is brought to you in part by Texas Mutual Insurance Company, keeping workers safe and community strong. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Live from Atlanta, Georgia, you're listening to Texas Longhorns football from Learfield. Craig Way, Roger Wallace, Will Matthews, Longhorn Radio Network broadcast crew with you at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. 8:53 to go third quarter. Georgia in front 10-6, and the Bulldogs will have the football on their own 33-yard line following the punt from Michael Kern. During that timeout, Roger, Longhorns head coach Steve Sarkisian was talking with lead official Steve Marlowe about a couple of things, among those the hit on Quinn Ewers on that third down play.
Yeah, he made that signal with his hand to his forehead, so pretty clear what he was talking about. And then, you know, he was arguing they were shifting on the punt formation there. They've got 9 penalties, and think about they've had 12 the last 3 games combined coming in. So it has been an issue. They were penalized 10 times against Vanderbilt, but you're talking about 9-2 in penalties right now.
Georgia will scrimmage from its own 33-yard line from the left hash mark. Again, Carson Beck, the Bulldogs starting quarterback, injured on the final play of the first half, so it was Gunnar Stockton, the sophomore, who led that 75-yard, 10-play touchdown drive for Georgia to open the second half and give the Bulldogs their first lead. For the Longhorns, Jermaine Lole and Bill Norton in the middle of the defensive front. And they have Barron Sorrell out on the edge for Texas, along with Trey Moore. And I said it was Lole. It's Alfred Collins who's in the middle of the defensive front. Malik Muhammad and Jahdae Barron at the corners. The linebackers for Texas, David Benda there for the Longhorns. And on first down and 10 for Georgia, from the left hash, under center to take the snap. Stockton, and then they flip it on the reverse. Coming back the other way, but the Longhorns sniff it out, and it'll be a loss. Great play by Andrew Makuba to drop Anthony Evans all the way back to the 26-yard line, and that's a loss of 7.
And again, Trey Moore got the initial penetration, so he forced that play to go further outside, and that allowed Makuba to come in there.
Second down and 17 now for the Bulldogs. Makuba at safety along with Michael Taft. Jalen Gilbo is the star back. On second down, Stockton out of an empty set with the snap, and he passes it out to Etienne upfield, and he's hit hard, gaining back the 7 yards lost on first down. It'll bring up third down and 10, and it was Makuba again who made the tackle.
Well, here we go. Obviously, a huge play for Texas. Georgia 3 of 7 on third down. You got a third and long here. See what they do. Do they bring some heat on Stockton?
Well, they bring Ty Anthony Smith, the freshman, 220-pound freshman from Jasper, in at linebacker for Texas. Colin Simmons on the defensive front. On third down, Stockton out of the shotgun. Has the snap. Blitz coming. He's hit as he throws. That should be a live ball at the 20, and it's going to go out of bounds. Well, that's unfortunate there. Colin Simmons hit him. It was a live ball, and Longhorns were closer to it, but there was so much momentum that the ball just kind of scooted out of bounds. It'll go as a loss of 15 yards, however, and it's 4th down.
Well, they brought the heat. They brought everybody, and Simmons blasted it from behind. And, yeah, that was backwards pass, but just helpless feeling for the Longhorns to watch it go out of bounds.
So to punt it will be Brett Thorson, who has kicked it 3 times, averaging 54 yards per punt. Stands back at his 3-yard line. Silas Bolden standing back at the Texas 35. Longhorns forced the 3 and out. A snap to Thorson. The kick is away. It's a boomer. Downfield. Now the officials stopped play.
They've been delayed.
Before the snap,
delay
of game, offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
So that's going to turn it into 4th and 31, and it'll be walked back to the 12-yard line. And that's where Georgia will have to punt from now on 4th down and 31, and Thorson will have to retreat into his own end zone, into the lower part of the blocked letter O in the name Georgia in that south end zone. So 4th down. Bulldogs set up for the punt. Bolden waiting the kick. Thorson's kick is a good one. Bolden settling underneath it, makes the catch, shakes one man, turns it upfield, 35 to the 40, has a wall to midfield, to the 40. Down the sidelines and stepped out of bounds, but Silas Bolden another excellent punt return, and the Longhorns will have excellent starting field position. It was a 53-yard punt, but it was a 25-yard return, and the Longhorns will start at the Georgia 40. Well, let's see where they mark this. They're still extending the chains. It looks like the 39-yard line. Maybe the 38. They're still trying to untangle the chains. It'll be the 39-yard line. So it's a 26-yard return technically. And the Longhorns will start at the Georgia 39. Trey Wisner and Jaden Blue both on the field on opposite sides of the quarterback, Quinn Ewers. 2 wide receivers, so 21 personnel out there for Texas. 2 backs, 1 tight end, being Gunnar Helm. On 1st down and 10, Ewers the snap, play action, looks to throw, sends it over the middle, caught by Golden, spins off a tackle, has enough for the 1st down. He's at the 27-yard line. Malachi Starks made the stop. It's a 12-yard gain. 1st down and 10 for Texas. 6:35 to go, 3rd quarter here in the SEC Championship. The Longhorns trailing Georgia for the first time after that opening drive of the second half. It's 10-6, the Bulldogs with the lead. Wisner offset to the right side of Ewers. 2 receivers on the short side split left. Now one of those, DeAndre Moore, goes in motion to join 2 receivers right. Shotgun snap, quick screen, goes to Moore, and DeAndre in trouble. Able to regain the line of scrimmage, but nothing more than that. Dan Jackson wrapped him up. So it's 2nd down and 10, and this is where the Longhorns have struggled once they got it inside the 30-yard line. Like we said, today they moved the ball well between the 30s. Inside, that's been a problem.
Yeah, 2 field goals and a missed field goal.
So the ball at the Georgia 27 on 2nd down and 10. They line up in a power pistol right now on 2nd down. And Ewers with the snap, looking to throw. Sends it out deep, and that's incomplete. He was looking for more, but he couldn't get over to the ball in time, and now it's going to bring up 3rd down and 10.
Quinn really frustrated with himself because Moore was behind 2 defenders, and he's taking a look at the big board up top and even more frustrated when he watched it again.
So now 3rd down and 10. Isaiah Bond checks back in. Wisner comes off the field. Jaden Blue in the backfield. Ryan Wingo, the tight end Gunnar Helm, and DeAndre Moore all shift wide left. Bond is on the short side of the field, split right. From the right hash mark of the Georgia 27-yard line. 3rd down and 10. Shotgun snap to Ewers. Blitz coming, and he's going to go down. Longhorns couldn't pick it up. Damon Wilson, the tackle. It's 4th down. The Longhorns are going to have to try again to see if they can get a field goal from Bert Auburn.
And it was Jalen Walker again. He's the one that forced Ewers to step up in the pocket, and then an easy sack for Wilson.
This is going to be a 51-yard try for Auburn. Bird is 2 out of 3 today. The hold of the punter Michael Kern and Lance St. Louis to snap it. It'll be near the right hash mark. A 51-yard field goal try for Bert Auburn. Good snap, spot, kick on the way. It's going to be no good. It turned left. And the Longhorns come away empty-handed. And Auburn now 2 out of 4 today. That one just curled left. And Georgia will get the ball back. with 4:56 remaining in the third quarter. It's Georgia 10 and Texas 6 on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
When you're high, you feel different. You think different, you talk different, you draw different, you listen to music different, but you probably knew that. Problem is, you also drive different, and not in a good way. That's why driving high is illegal everywhere. So if you're high, just don't drive. Make a plan to get a sober ride. Because if you feel different, you drive different. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
I'll trust water bottles and a flashlight to save the day, but I'll be proved wrong.
With a tornado approaching, I'll realize that I like a wheelchair-accessible shelter.
When the floodwaters rise, I'll be up in the attic with 20 cans of beans. It's a recipe for disaster.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Mike Coulter back inside the Learfield Network studios. No other conference championship games beginning for at least just under another hour from now, but there are a couple college basketball games to update you on. Both Arkansas and South Carolina won non-conference games in the SEC earlier today. In the top 25, 17th-ranked Houston leads Butler by 10, 37-27 in the Big 12 Big East battle, just under 15 minutes to go in the second half there. Finals elsewhere, number 11, Wisconsin goes down to 5th-ranked Marquette. Marquette wins at 88-74. The final of that ball game as Cam Jones goes for 32 points to lead Marquette. 18th-ranked Pittsburgh bounces back from a midweek loss to Mississippi State. They defeat Virginia Tech 64-59, and 20th-ranked North Carolina ends a 3-game losing skid, hanging on to beat Georgia Tech in Chapel Hill 68-65. Seth Trimble with 19 points and 7 rebounds to lead the Tar Heels. Let's send it back now inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium with Craig, Roger, and Will. Guys?
Mike, thanks very much. Longhorn football is brought to you in part by Bud Light, proud sponsor of Texas Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Will Matthews, I want to check in with you about this. As I said, the Longhorns have moved the ball by and large pretty well between the 30s, and the Bolden punt return certainly helped out there. And Roger pointed this out early, the inability to get some big plays on first down today. They did have one on that first drive of the second half on that pass to Golden, 12 yards. But you can count the number on one hand and use less than probably 3 fingers. That's been a problem today.
It really has. Texas hasn't been able to connect, especially in the red zone. Coach Kirby Smart talked this week about how Georgia, one of the things that they are doing well is playing in the red zone, and Texas is really having their woes there. But when it comes to the penalties, the turnover, and all of it around, it's really sluggish and making Texas push away the momentum, and really the momentum is hanging over Georgia at the moment.
Bulldogs will start from their own 33. Now the Longhorns were able to engineer a 3-and-out last time out. See if they can convert again. Ethan Burke and Colin Simmons, the edge rushers for Texas. Vernon Broughton, Alfred Collins, the middle of the defensive front. First down and 10 for Georgia. Trevor Etienne, the running back, offset to the left side of the backup quarterback, Gunnar Stockton, who's in there. Handoff. Etienne got a big hole. 40, 45, midfield. He broke free. 40, 30, down to 20. Colin Simmons finally ran him out of bounds inside the 20, all the way down to the Texas 19. He broke one tackle, then turned outside and went through a huge hole, a 48-yard gain.
Travis Etienne, the Georgia Bulldogs, at 14 yards rushing before that play, or Trevor Etienne, rather, and just like that, this Georgia offense is humming.
Huge gain there for Etienne, back from injury, and now first down and 10 for Georgia at the Texas 19-yard line. On the right hash, Nate Frazier now in at running back. He's offset to the right side of the quarterback, Gunnar Stockton. On first down now, Frazier shifts to the left, toss left to Frazier, and he's knocked down right at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Jade Barron came up in run support.
Ethan Burke got a hand on him, got some good penetration, and forced that thing back inside a little bit. Barron and LaFau were there to get him.
Second down and 10 for Georgia or 2nd and 9. They'll mark it at the 18. So it's a 1-yard carry, and it's 2nd down and 9 at the 18. Ball on the left half. Cash Jones, the running back, offset to the left side of the quarterback, Gunnar Stockton. Stockton has the snap and is back to throw on 2nd down. He's got a lot of time going deep, too deep. Threw it out of the back of the end zone, incomplete. It was intended out there for Arian Smith, and it now brings up 3rd down. 3rd down and 9 at the Texas 18. Ty Anthony Smith checks back in at linebacker. Leonga Lafau checks out. Trey Moore back on the defensive front, replacing Ethan Burke. 3rd down and 9 for Georgia at the Texas 18-yard line. 3:28 to go, 3rd quarter. Jones goes in motion out of the backfield, and this could be a design quarterback run. Look out, Stockton, and he's hit short of the 1st down by Michael Taft, who was able to wrap him up. He picks up 6. That's going to force Georgia, I think, to go for the field goal. No, they're keeping the offense on the field now.
Maybe try to get Texas to jump offside. We'll see.
4th down and 3 at the Longhorn 12-yard line. Stockton clapping his hands. Yep, nobody moving on that Texas defensive front. Clock under 3 minutes remaining, 3rd quarter. Now he looks to the side. Longhorns have to maintain their discipline. It's 4th down and 3 at the Texas 12-yard line. Stockton out of the shotgun, has the snap. They'll go for it. He hands off to Jones, and he got the 1st down. But there's a flag down. Let's see. Big conversation amongst the officials, but apparently this is against Texas.
Personal foul. Hands to the face. Defense number 45. After this is to the goal. Automatic 1st down.
Well, the run was enough to pick up the 1st down, and then Vernon Broughton called for a hand to the face. Yep, and shoved it right into the face of Dylan Fairchild, the left guard. 1st and goal, Georgia. The ball at the Texas 4-yard line here with 2:38 and counting in the 3rd quarter. The Bulldogs have had command of this game in the 2nd half. Stockton from the shotgun with 3 receivers out wide left, 2 on the short side, split right. It is an empty set. They'll send 1 man in motion now, ETN. Snap back to Stockton, design run, trying to turn the corner, and down he goes. Brought down, I think, line of scrimmage. Ethan Burke ran him down. No gain. It'll bring up 2nd and goal. Might even have lost a yard. Let's see where they spot it. And they will put it down at the 5. It's a loss of 1. So 2nd down and goal to go. The ball at the 5-yard line.
Ben Urasek, no match, trying to block Ethan Burke there. He defeated him and then ran down Stockton. Boy, this is big right here to see if you can keep them out of the end zone.
So on 2nd down, Severe Mitchell checks out for Texas. Jalen Gilbo back on. ETN, the running back. Stockton takes the snap under center, hands to ETN, and he's swallowed up in the backfield. Leonga Lafau, the first to hit him. It's another loss, and it'll bring up 3rd down and goal.
Kind of a slow developing play, and Lafau goes unblocked. And Alfred Collins, Michael Taft.
It's a loss of 2 back to the 7. So here's your garden variety 4-point play here now on 3rd down and goal at the Texas 7-yard line. Down to 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining in the 3rd quarter. ETN offset to the left side of Gunnar Stockton, who will take the snap off the right hash. 3rd down and goal for Georgia. Snap back to Stockton, looking. He'll take off and run. Longhorns have him again. They'll bring him down at the 6. Only a 1-yard gain. Anthony Hill made the tackle, and Georgia will have to settle for a field goal, but even if they convert it, it keeps it a 1-score game.
Yeah, that was huge. You get to a 2-score game the way this Georgia defense has been playing, the momentum, and now Texas, you give up that big hitter to ETN, and then you kind of stand strong.
So Woodring's on to kick it, and Gunnar Stockton is holding, and there's another reason for that. We'll tell you in a moment. This is going to be a 24-yard try. Pretty easy assignment for Woodring. The kick is up, and the kick is good. Okay, Carson Beck is the leading holder for Georgia. He's out injured. We saw a few moments ago the punter, Brett Thorson, being carted from the field. He was the backup holder, so now Stockton was holding and the field goal is good. And it makes you wonder now with both the punter and the number 1 quarterback out of the lineup for Georgia. Still in all, the Bulldogs drive at 61 yards in 9 plays, take 4:50 off the clock, and settle with a 24-yard Peyton Woodring field goal, and Georgia now leading 13-6.
Yeah, Thorson was injured on the Bolden punt return. He kind of dove on the sidelines and jammed up his knee. So too bad for Texas. They couldn't force a punt. Obviously, Georgia would have to go to their backup punter. We know how good Thorson's been. So Georgia fighting some injuries here, and they've extended this lead.
Now the Longhorns will get the ball back, trailing by 7. And Woodring to kick it off. Matthew Golden again standing back in the middle of the block letter T in Texas in the Longhorn end zone. This kick will be fielded 5 yards deep, and he'll put down the knee, and the Longhorns will start after the touchback at the Texas 25 with 16 seconds remaining in the third quarter.
Back to that first down point. Average yards on first for Georgia's gone way up to 5 yards. Of course, 48 on the big run, but Texas just 3.3 yards on first down, and that puts them in some tough spots.
Well, they'll start on the right hash mark of the Texas 25-yard line. Travian Weisner behind the quarterback, Quinn Ewers. Compressed formation with receivers tight to the open side of the formation on first down and 10. Ewers with the snap, turns, hands it to Weisner. And surges forward, still going for it, but not an awful lot on that. In fact, just a couple to the 27-yard line. Smile Munden made the tackle, and that'll be it for the third quarter. Into the third quarter here in Atlanta with a score, Georgia 13 and Texas 6. We'll come back for the final quarter of this one when Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Looking for a new home is an exciting time in your life, and if you're looking in rural Texas, we can help. At Capital Farm Credit, we'll help you navigate buying rural property because rural lending is all we do. So whether the home is big or small, 1 story or 2, it doesn't matter, because the joy your new home will provide can't be measured in square feet. To learn more, visit CapitalFarmCredit.com. Capital Farm Credit. Together, we're better.
Time for a refill. Get your watch party restocked at Twin Liquors. Bourbon, tequila, Tito's. We have it all. Pick up a twin deal and save 10% on identical bottles. Or find a new favorite with our deals of the week. Order online for curbside or delivery. TwinLiquors.com. Please drink responsibly.
Mike Coulter back from the Learfield Network studios with a closer look back at that third quarter. Texas led at halftime 6-3, but Georgia, after winning the opening coin toss, deferred it to the second half, got the ball to start the third quarter. Trevor Etienne gained 8 on his first carry of the half. 3rd down and 2. Gunnar Stockton, of course, in at quarterback for the injured Carson Beck, found Arian Smith for 18 yards on 3rd down and 2. Stockton later on 3rd and 1 would gain 3 on a run to the Texas 37-yard line. Stockton again connecting, this time with Lawson Lucky for 14 more, got it to the Longhorn 18-yard line. They reviewed the play. It was upheld. Stockton with an 8-yard run, and then the play after that, Etienne 10 yards out, touchdown run, made it Georgia 10, Texas 6, 10 plays, 75 yards, 4:33 off the clock, and Georgia with their first lead of the game. Texas on their next possession, Quinn Ewers finds Matthew Golden for 13 yards. Nothing after that. Longhorns would punt it back to Georgia, who had a tackle for loss. Colin Simmons with a strip sack, a loss of 16 as the ball rolled out of bounds. Georgia would punt it back to Texas. Longhorns with a nice 26-yard punt return from Silas Bolden, and then Ewers found Golden for 12 more yards. However, on 3rd down and 10, Ewers was sacked, and Bert Auburn missed the field goal attempt from 51 yards out. Auburn's second miss of the game. Georgia starts at their own 33-yard line on the first play. Etienne scampers down the sideline for 48 yards down to the Texas 19-yard line on 4th and 3. A little bit later, they went for it. Cass Jones would get it. A penalty on Texas got it all the way down to the 4-yard line. 1st and goal. Texas held defensively them to a field goal. 9 plays, 61 yards. Georgia in front 13-6, 4:50 off the clock. Now it's the fourth quarter. We'll send it back now inside Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta with Craig, Roger, and Will. Guys?
All right, thanks very much, Mike. Well, the Longhorns dominated the first half. Georgia dominated the third quarter, scoring 10 points in the quarter to take a 13-6 lead. So now the Longhorns will face a 2nd down and 8 from their own 27-yard line to open this final quarter, moving right to left, south to north here in the final quarter. Ball is on the right hash. Travian Wisner is the running back, lined up in the pistol behind Quinn Ewers. Wide left, Isaiah Bond, and a slot left. DeAndre Moore on the short side of the field, split right is Matthew Gold. 2nd down and 8. Fourth quarter underway. Ewers the snap. Play action. Back to throw with some time. To the right side. Caught by Golden. Broken tackle after the 40. Matthew Golden, 45, midfield in the first down. In Georgia territory. Takes it to the Bulldog 48-yard line. Smile Munden finally ran him out of bounds. That's a 25-yard gain.
Well, a big night for Matthew Golden. He is up over 150 yards receiving and a broken tackle and picked up extra yardage there.
First down and 10. Texas the ball at the Georgia 48. Ewers from the gun has the snap. Hands it to Wisner. And Travian inside the 45 and takes it down to the 42-yard line for a first down pickup of 6 yards. Malachi starts the tackle. There's a first down positive gainer.
All right, now you can't afford a loss here on 2nd down. Keep this momentum going. Good blocking by Jake Majors. Weiser was just following his big center.
They'll officially say it's the 41-yard line. It's inside the 42, so call it 2nd down and a long 3 just outside the 41. Ewers, the snap, and pressure coming. He's hit as he throws, and it's incomplete. Coming off the edge, Dalen Everett on a corner blitz. It's incomplete. Now it's going to bring up 3rd down and 3. He was hit hard, trying to go across the middle to Golden. Silas Bolden checks in for Texas now. 3rd down and 3 for the Longhorns at the Georgia 41-yard line. Bolden is on the short side of the field, split to the right. Wide left in single file formation, DeAndre Moore, and directly behind him, Isaiah Bond. Tight end Gunnar Helm shifts from right to left. 3rd down. Handoff. They're pulling it back in across the middle. Caught by Moore. Broken tackle to the 20. Say goodnight to this one. DeAndre Moore. 41 yards across the middle. And the Longhorns an extra point away from tying the score.
A great 3rd down play fake by Quinn Ewers, and DeAndre Moore streaking down the middle. And what a big answer from the Longhorns here. Their first touchdown of the ball game. And boy, that was needed, to say the least.
Absolutely. The first touchdown for a Texas Longhorn in an SEC championship game belongs to the sophomore receiver DeAndre Moore. A 41-yard pass from Quinn Ewers. For the conversion, Bert Auburn. Snap and hold, the extra point kick is good. This season, Allstate will make a contribution to the University of Texas General Scholarship Fund for every field goal and extra point made by Texas. Thanks to Allstate, you're in good hands. 75 yards and 5 plays. The drive for the Longhorns taking only a minute 22 off the clock, and this game is tied. 13:54 remaining in the ball game, and the score is now Texas 13 and Georgia 13.
5th touchdown catch for Moore, 25th touchdown pass for Quinn Ewers, and again, Matthew Golden got it started. A good run on first down by Wisner. That kind of opens things up a little bit, even though they had to go to 3rd down on that corner blitz. Ewers just had to get rid of the ball, but boy, what a play on 3rd down.
Will, how about that 3rd down conversion?
Oh my goodness. It was just so good to see the guys completely connect and be able to run like that. I love it. DeAndre Moore, definitely a fan. The way that he plays, Jordan Whittington style guy, getting it done.
For the kickoff, Will Stone. As Texas has fought back to tie this thing now. Here's the kick by Stone, and this one will be a touchback. Fielded by Cash Jones in the end zone. Will come out to the 25-yard line. Now with the score tied at 13:54 remaining in the ball game.
Well, they've had a few series to see Gunnar Stockton. Got popped with a big run by ETN. Texas defense can get a stop here. Of course, Georgia without their starting punter as well. So a lot of things have to happen, but boy, so huge just to get this to an even ball game.
Jermaine Lole, Alfred Collins in the middle of the defensive front. Trey Moore and Barron Sorrell on the edges. First down and 10 for Georgia. And on first down, back to pass is Stockton, now scrambling left, in trouble, and he goes down. Ran right into Michael Taft, who plugged the run. It's a loss of 2.
Well, that's the thing with the young quarterback. If that first read's not there, that's when he gets happy feet and uncomfortable. So now you get a negative play to start the drive.
Second down and 12. Ball back at the Bulldog 23-yard line. Clock moving, 13.5 remaining in the ballgame. Up wide right is Dylan Bell. The short side of the field split left, Arian Smith. Nate Frazier, the running back. He's situated on the right side of the quarterback, Gunnar Stockton. From the left hash mark of the Georgia 23-yard line. On second down and 12, Stockton has it. Play action, back to throw. Sets up over the middle. Ball is caught by Frazier out of the 30 to the 32-yard line. And that's a gain of 9 yards. Leonga Lafau Anthony Hill made the tackle, and it's going to bring up third down and short for Georgia. It'll be third down and 3 for the Bulldogs on their own 32.
The Longhorns chose just to rush 3 right there, but Stockton had time to find that check down.
Vernon Broughton checks in for Jermaine Lole. On the defensive front for Texas. Third down and 3 for Georgia from the Bulldog 32-yard line. Stockton out of the shotgun. Has the snap, back to throw, sends it out. Paul Colpin is going to be blown up for a loss. The catch was made by Dominic Lovett, and Jalen Gilbo drops him for a loss of 2. Georgia now 3 and out. And let's see who's going to do the punting. So we'll see. It looks like the Bulldogs will have, I think maybe Charlie Ham is out there. Ham is a grad student from Atlanta. So Ham will do the punting on fourth down. And it's a fake and a flip upfield. This is going to be a first down for Georgia. Oh my goodness. Arian Smith was going in motion and the Longhorns didn't pick him up. It's a 9-yard gain and the offense right back on the field for the Bulldogs.
Boy, what a roll of the dice by Kirby Smart that pays off. You risk giving Texas the ball inside the 40-yard line, and boy, now you got to turn around and play defense again.
It's at the 39. After that 9-yard pickup, first down and 10 for Georgia. Clock moving, 11:18 to go. Game tied at 13. Gunnar Stockton back on the field for the Bulldogs. And on first down, Trevor Etienne, the running back, offset to his left. Handoff, Etienne trying the middle of the line, and not much there. Let's see. Well, maybe they may give him up to the 42. We'll see. Vernon Broughton. So he continued to keep the legs moving forward. We saw him on the touchdown run have a strong push. In fact, they're going to grant him the 42. Yep. Gain of 3. Second down and 7. 2 receivers out wide left, one on the short side of the field, split right. Etienne remains the running back. He's all set to the right side of the quarterback, Gunnar Stockton. Now he shifts around to Stockton's left. Second down and 7. Blitz look for Texas. Now everybody resets, both on the offensive line and the defensive front. Play clock under 10. Stockton has the snap, turns, and hands it off. Etienne breaks a tackle, and he's got a first down. Takes it across midfield. The tackle made by Anthony Hill, a gain of 9.
Texas squeezed in tight and changed that play, and Etienne was able to get to the outside.
First down and 10, Georgia the ball at the Texas 48-yard line. We have 10 minutes remaining in the ball game right now in a 13-13 tie in the SEC Championship. Late substitution being allowed for Texas as Lole checks in. And the Bulldogs will go to an empty set. 5 receivers, no running backs. Gunnar Stockton has the snap, swings out a screen. Etienne turns it inside. The Longhorns ready for him there. They drop him for no gain at the 48. Alfred Collins, the first man to hit him. But it's second down and 10 for Georgia. Gilbo, Lafau, Sorrell, and Moore all check back into the Texas defense. Bulldogs have it on the left hash mark of the Texas 48-yard line on second down and 10. Nate Frazier's the running back. He's offset to the left side of the quarterback, Gunnar Stockton. Receivers split on either side. On second down and 10. Stockton with the snap, looks left, fires left, ball caught. Around the 42-yard line of Texas, maybe the 41, maybe the 41. So it's a gain of 7. Arian Smith on the catch, and it's another 3rd down and short for Georgia.
Yeah, those quick reads for Stockton didn't hesitate. Soft coverage there, and Georgia's got a 3rd and 3.
3rd down and 3. Jelani McDonald checks back into the secondary for Texas. David Benda back in at linebacker. Ball on the left hash mark at the Texas 41-yard line. 3rd down and 3 for Georgia. Out of the shotgun. Stockton to take the snap. Shifting his tight end in motion. Oscar Delp has the snap. Back to throw. Looks left, and he's got Etienne open. He's got yardage. He's right at the marker. Yep, the official says it's enough for the 1st down. Bend to the tackle. But just too much space there once the Etienne caught the ball. Needed 3, got 3. 1st down, Georgia. It's at the Texas 38. The clock down to 8 minutes remaining in the ball game. Bill Norton, Vernon Broughton back on for Texas. Alfred Collins, Jermaine Lole check out. David Bender remains in at linebacker along with Anthony Hill. 1st down and 10, Georgia from the left hash at the Texas 38. Gunnar Stockton out of the gun. Blitz look, turns, and it's a reverse. Coming back the other way, but the Longhorns adjust, and then going down inside the 35 down to the 34-yard line. Looked like the ball came out. Anthony Evans on the reverse picked up 4 yards. The ball popped out, but Georgia got back on it.
Boy, it sure did. And
yep, it did come out, and it bounced right back to him.
And it was going to Makuba, and he had the presence to stick his arm out and snatch it back under him.
Alex January checks in for Bill Norton on the defensive front for Texas. It turns out to be a 4-yard gain after all of that. So it's 2nd down and 6 for Georgia at the Texas 33. Nate Frazier back in at running back for the Bulldogs. Stockton has the snap, turns, and hands it to Frazier. Bounces outside, 30, 25, 20, and forced out of bounds by Jahdae Barron at the 19-yard line. 14 yards on that, and a 1st down for Georgia. Well, no market at the 18-yard line, so it's a 15-yard gain. 1st down and 10 for Georgia with 6:40 to play in the ball game. Bulldogs definitely in field goal range now. The Longhorns trying to hold them to no more than that at the worst. From the right hash of the Texas 18 on 1st down. Frazier remains the running back and draws the carry. Left side, breaks a hole, 10, 5-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal, and the ball came loose, but they couldn't get on it. It looks like Georgia fell on. There's still a mad scramble down there around the 4-yard line, but Georgia fell on it, and they're going to have 1st and goal. Twice on this drive, Georgia's had the ball separated, but hasn't been able. The Longhorns haven't been able to come up with it. The Longhorn comes out of it with it. It's Michael Taft.
First down.
Makuba forced it, and Taft was on his back trying to get to it. Boy.
I think Taft pulled it out once he was down on the bottom of the pile.
That's 19 fumbles for Georgia, and they've only lost 4. Well, technically 5 because that last play of the half was ruled a fumble.
1st and goal, Georgia at the Texas 4-yard line. Stockton to take the snap from under center. Trevor Etienne back behind him as the running back. It's a toss sweep to Etienne, turning the corner, and he's dragged down by Barron Sorrell. Right at the line of scrimmage, no gain on the play at 2nd down and goal. 5:40 and counting. It's been a long drive for Georgia here. If the Longhorns could hold them to 3 again, there'd be hope for this. A touchdown would be tough to overcome here with time growing short. So it is 2nd down and goal. So far, they've had it for over 8 minutes on the march,
including that fake punt.
2nd down and goal to go. Ball just outside the Texas 4-yard line. Stockton under center. Turns, hands it, sweeping around the right side to the 5, down to the 3-yard line. It'll bring up 3rd down and goal. Boy, Georgia is pulling out all the stops right now, and the guy who was on the carry is still down on the field. And that's Dwight Phillips Jr. We've seen the fake punt. We've seen speed sweeps. We've seen reverses. And so time is stopped right here with 4 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in the ball game. The score is Texas 13, Georgia 13, here on the Longhorn Radio Network from Learfield.
Comes to a gun suicide attempt, all it takes is a moment. My son, Ricky, took his life by the use of a firearm. It broke me, and I contemplated suicide. My grandson, I was gonna have to be here for him. I still own my firearm. I keep it in a safe because I want to keep my grandson and myself safe.
Store your guns, locked, unloaded, and away from ammo. Hear more safe stories at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
This message is for Shauna, my mom who just finished her high school diploma. I wanted to say I'm so proud of you for finishing school. You taught me it's never too late to achieve your dreams. I hope to make you as proud as you have made me.
When you graduate, they graduate. Finish your high school diploma for you and for them. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Well, the injured Georgia Bulldog helped from the field, and it'll bring up third down. Dwight Phillips Jr., a freshman from Mableton, Georgia, was the guy on the carry and knocked down, help from the field, and now it'll bring up for the Bulldogs third down and goal to go. The ball at the Texas 3-yard line. We have 4 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in the game. And Texas and Georgia in a 13-13 tie here in the SEC Championship. Can't stress enough the importance of trying to get a stop on third down, and at the very least hold Georgia to no more than a field goal to keep them out of the end zone here.
Yeah, this Texas defense, boy, you just feel like they need to come up with a play to help out. The offense had that great drive to get their first touchdown, but this defense has done so much this season, and see if they can, at worst, like you said, make Georgia attempt a field goal here and keep them out of the end zone.
Well, a drive right now, nearly 9 minutes in length, 8:56 to be exact, and that included the fake punt run on 4th down and 3 for the first down.
On their own 30, they ran that fake punt.
So now, from the 3-yard line, on third down and goal, the ball will be on the right hash mark. And Trey Moore, Aaron Sorrell on the defensive front for Texas. Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins in the middle of the defensive line. Third down and goal for Georgia at the Texas 3-yard line with 4:54 remaining in a tie ball game. Gunnar Stockton has Trevor Etienne as running back offset to his right. Stockton, the Georgia quarterback, has the snap. He's looking to throw on third down. Still looking. Pass deflected at the line, incomplete. Longhorns got a hand on it, and it brings up 4th down, and Georgia will look to reclaim the lead on a field goal.
Well, nice job by that back end. Everything gets compressed in the end zone, but Stockton had some time, just nowhere to go with the ball, and Texas does a nice job getting those hands up. And
once again, Alfred Collins, who has deflected so many, got in on that. Now, Peyton Woodring going for his third field goal of the ball game, akin to an extra point, a 21-yard try out of the hole to Gunnar Stockton, the snap from Bo Gardner. 21-yard field goal try, good snap and hold, and the kick is good, and Georgia is back in front, but only by 3 with 4:32 remaining in the SEC Championship. It's Georgia 16 and Texas 13. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Fly to Philly, take off to Tampa, depart for Denver. Following your team on the road is more rewarding with the American Airlines Advantage program. Your flights and everyday spend not only earn you miles towards your next trip, but also loyalty points toward Advantage status. All the more reason to purchase both a home and away jersey. With status comes great benefits like priority boarding, free check bags, and complimentary upgrades. Not a member? Enroll for free today at AA.com. American Airlines, you are why we fly. Terms and conditions apply.
It's better over here. After investing billions to light up our network, T-Mobile is America's largest 5G network. Plus, right now, you can switch, keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800. See how you can save on every plan versus Verizon and AT&T at T-Mobile.com/across-America.
Up to 4 lines via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90-plus days with device and eligible carrier and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months.
Time to take a look at the SeatGeek upcoming schedule. Of course, tomorrow afternoon, UT men will host UConn. That's at 4 o'clock at Moody Center. Texas women against Southern University on December 11th. That's also at 7 o'clock. SeatGeek now the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace. The Texas Longhorns. SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek, so Longhorn fans can fan. Well, in August, do you say, all right, 4:32 to go? You're down by 3 in the SEC championship game? I'd say, you'd say, yeah, I'll
sign up for that, right?
Got a chance, right? Thanks to the defense, they're not trying to go down there and get a tying touchdown. Defense holding up inside the red zone. But now the Longhorns coming off a touchdown drive need to duplicate that.
Well, you've been in this situation. You remember it in the past when your team needed to drive down to get at the very least a field goal to tie or a touchdown to be a potential game winner. What's the mindset of their offense going into this upcoming possession?
Well, you know, as an ex-offensive player, what you want to see is the gleam and that star power inside of all of your brother's eyes. You want Quinn Ewers to put on the cape, walk over to the huddle and be like, guys, are y'all ready? I remember Vince Young. That's exactly what he would used to do in these kind of situations. You knew that. Get Vince the ball, and our offense was the best in the country, and we would do our thing. Texas has got to have that mentality. Get ready to do their thing. Throw on that cape.
Well, Peyton Woodring will kick it off for Georgia. All of his kickoffs have been touchbacks, other than the first one, where Matthew Golden was stopped at the 11-yard line. That was the opening kick. So now Georgia to kick it off. Back in front, 16-13. Texas led 6-0. It was 6-3 Longhorns in the half. Georgia with 10 third-quarter points. Longhorns in the fourth quarter with a tying touchdown, but Georgia has just now reclaimed the lead at 16-13. So here's the kickoff from Peyton Woodring. This one will be a touchback. It'll go through the end zone, so Texas will start from its own 25-yard line. Down 3 points. Longhorns have all 3 of their timeouts remaining. 4:32 on the game clock.
Well, Texas hasn't been able to have much success running the ball. You'd love to be able to have the ability to mix that in with the pass here, but you kind of figure a lot of this is going to fall on Quinn Ewers, the passing game, and the protection.
It was 30 rushing yards for Texas today. Georgia's held in check until the 48-yard run by ETN, so they're now up to 117 on the ground. The lineup with Weisner directly behind Quinn Ewers out of the pistol. From the right hash mark of the Texas 25-yard line. First down and 10, handoff Weisner, loses yardage going back. Right at the line of scrimmage, he lost a yard back to the 24, and it's now second down and 11.
That's 12 now, 12 tackles for loss for that Georgia defense.
Second down, and it's really a loss of 2. The ball's back to the 23-yard line on second down. Play action. Ewers under pressure. Scrambles right. He's sacked. Michael Williams got him. That's a loss of 5 more. Now it's really getting difficult here on third down.
Well, they brought the house, and they had delayed blitzers ready to go as well.
Third down and 18 for Texas from their own 17-yard line. Ewers with the snap, back to throw. Sends it to the sideline. It's intercepted at the 29-yard line. Dalen Everett cut in front of Matthew Golden and picked it off, and Georgia has it at the Texas 29.
Well, trying to get Golden on that sideline wouldn't have been enough for a first down, but he threw it to the inside, not the outside, and Everett had him blanketed for his second pick.
Right, the ball is spotted at the Texas 28-yard line. The Longhorns absolutely have to have a stop. Giving up no more in the field goal and still leave them down 6 points, but it's 3:36 to go, and all 3 timeouts and the 2-minute timeout remaining. But They're going to have to be judicious on the timeouts, but most important, they're going to have to get a stop and not give up chunk plays here and allow Georgia to keep possession of the ball. Barron Sorrell, Trey Moore, the defensive ends. Bill Norton, Alfred Collins, and also Vernon Braun. It's a 5-man defensive front for Texas. Ball is at the Longhorn 28. Longhorns expecting the run. Out of the pistol on first down. Stockton turns and will hand it to the left side. And Etienne picks up a couple around the, they may even mark it 27. I think that's it, just a 1-yard gain. Bill Norton on the tackle. For the moment, no timeout called. Ball's at the Texas 27-yard line, and it is second down and 11.
Yeah. Question is, does Georgia and does Mike Bobo have Stockton put in the air? If he does, probably something very safe. Always have to be aware of their tight ends.
Ball is actually inside the 27, near the 26, so about a yard and a half gained on that. So it's second down and about 8.5 needed for the first. Stockton out of the shotgun. Has the snap, turns, play action, back to throw, swings it out as he checks it down. There's a flag down. Etienne going forward. Might we see Georgia finally called for a holding penalty? Anthony Hill made the tackle. It's a 5-yard gain. But it's thrown in the backfield, and it is going to be holding against Georgia. So, does a couple of things. Obviously, it moves the Bulldogs back. Here's the call.
Holding. Offense, number 55. 10-yard penalty, second down.
The spot of the foul is the 26, so we'll go back to the 36. So it's going to be second down and 18. So it does two things. One, it marches them back to the 36. Secondly, it stops the clock with 2:42 to go.
It was a holding takedown on Bill Norton.
So now second down. Norton checks out now. David Benda comes out. Leonga LaFowl back on. Longhorns will go back to a 4-down lineman look with Barron Sorrell and Trey Moore at the ends. Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton at the tackles. So it's now second down and 18. The ball is at the Texas 36-yard line.
Yeah, Kirby Smart telling his offense take their time as they roll the clock. Well, they did not roll the clock.
They don't roll it out of the penalty, but he means probably from ongoing plays on second down. And it is a handoff to the 35 down to the 31-yard line, a 5-yard call. And now Sark will use the first of his 3 timeouts. So Nate Frazier carried it for 5 yards and was brought down at the 31. So now comes the most important third down of the ball game. 2:38 remaining here in the fourth quarter of the SEC Championship. It's Georgia 16, Texas 13. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When faced with a disaster, the Cotton companies never fumble. As the trusted recovery partner of global businesses, Cotton is proud to provide property restoration, construction, roofing, temporary housing, culinary, and environmental support services. We're also restoring a long-standing Texas tradition as a proud partner of University of Texas Athletics and the official sponsor of the Lone Star Showdown. One call, one team. Total recovery. Learn more at cottoncompanies.com.
Well, Georgia now will face a third down and 13 at the Texas 31-yard line. As we mentioned, this will be the most important third down of the season for both of these teams right now. Georgia leads Texas 16-13, 2 minutes, 38 seconds remaining. The Longhorns have 2 timeouts remaining plus the 2-minute timeout.
Well, right now it'd be 48 yards if they had to kick a field goal from here, so you wonder about what they're thinking offensively. Clock, keep that in mind. Getting more yardage for a field goal. Obviously, they'd love to convert, but do you drop Stockton back and risk a Texas sack and maybe knock him out of field goal range?
Or an incompletion that would stop the clock. And toward that end, Will Matthews, I will not put it this way. Even on 3rd down and 13, I will not be surprised to see Kirby Smart have Gunnar Stockton turn and hand the football to Trevor Etienne or Nate Frazier, whoever's going to be back there.
Yeah, definitely. But as we've seen tonight from Georgia's play all night, you got to expect anything. Reverses, field punts. These guys are doing whatever they need to win. So Texas has got to be ready, eye focused, stay in their lane, make sure that they're sure tackling, and then keep the ball in front of them. Stay away from this first down.
Yeah, these backs out of the backfield, too. That could be more of a safe pass, but a chance to get them out in space.
So it's at the Texas 31-yard line on 3rd down and 13. Ball's on the left hash. Georgia with a 16-13 lead. It's a long conversation, Gunnar Stockton, with the head coach Kirby Smart there as that timeout reached its conclusion. Georgia breaks the huddle. And on 3rd down.
It's taking a long time. Yeah, play clock's down to 10.
Yep. They finally break the huddle. And Stockton looking over the defense. Play clock down to 2, down to 1. He has the snap, back to throw. Blitz coming. He throws it, and it's intercepted. At the 20-yard line, here's Johnny Barron to the 30 and wrestled out of bounds. Johnny Barron comes up with his 5th interception of the season. What a huge turn, and the Longhorns have a shot with 2.5 minutes remaining in the game.
Well, they put the pressure on Stockton, made him make a play, and hoped that they might rattle him, and sure enough, a ball he never should have thrown. And boy, Johnny Barron, that's an open field tackle away from a much bigger gain by the Georgia Bulldog receiver. That was Lucky Lawson, or Lawson-Lucky rather.
And the Longhorns
he was the only one there.
Texas will have the ball on its own 34-yard line. Down 3 points, 2.5 minutes to go, 2 timeouts plus the 2-minute timeout. Ball is on the left hash mark. And Travian Weisner offset to the left side of Quinn Ewers. 3 receivers out wide right for Texas. The tight end Gunnar Helm on the short side of the field, split left. First down, shotgun snap, back to Ewers. Swings it out to Weisner, turns upfield 35. Trade to the 40, lowers the shoulder and has a first down out to the 45-yard line. Quick swing pass for a gain of 11. Smile Munden made the tackle for Georgia. Longhorns let the clock run, but they would like to get another playoff, I think, here before the 2-minute timeout. Now,
Georgia injury.
Yep, sure enough. The clock will stop with 2:09 remaining as there's a Bulldog down on the opposite side of the field from where we are.
I think it's KJ Bolden.
Bolden, their free safety.
16 seconds, 2:16.
So they'll put 7 seconds back on the clock to 2:16 while they attend to KJ Bolden.
You know, Johnny Barron's going to the Thorpe Award ceremonies this week. He's one of 3 finalists for the award, and what a huge play right there is Stockton just obviously ill-advised. One of the easier picks Jade's going to have. Remember, he had 2 picks in the game in Austin against Georgia. One led to quite a bit of controversy and talk.
That's true. I noticed the water bottles here in the press box are of a different company than the one that the students were availing themselves of.
There have been some creative signs around the stadium.
All right. Bolden help from the field. Ball is on the right hash mark of the Texas 45-yard line with 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining here in this final quarter. Georgia leads Texas 16-13. DeAndre Moore, Matthew Bolden on the short side of the field, split right. Isaiah Bond wide left. First down handoff goes to Weisner, and he's across the 45 to the 47. That'll take it down to the 2-minute timeout. Michael Williams on the tackle. 2 minutes remaining here in this fourth quarter of the SEC Championship with the score Georgia 16, Texas 13. Longhorn football continues in a moment.
With so many distractions in life, are you finding it hard to focus on the present, constantly looking down instead of looking up, feverishly trying to capture the moment instead of taking it in? Feel Free Tonic by Botanic Tonics can help. The calm, relaxing effects of kava root, coupled with naturally caffeinated cola nut, lion's mane mushroom, and rhodiola, make for the perfect balance boost to help keep you in the now. Discover the magic of kava with Feel Free Tonic. Texas fans can save $40 on their first order with code BEVO40. That's code BEVO40 at botanictonics.com.
Welcome to the world of WinStar.